5, 4, 3.
Hey guys, and welcome to day 2 of VRScout Live at VRLA, which is the world's biggest VR AR expo. We have 10,000 people from all over the world coming to Los Angeles to see the best virtual reality content out there, and we are going to be pulling it in. We are going to be showcasing some of the top creators, and we're also going to be playing a lot with Tiltbrush today, which I'll get to in just a moment. So yesterday what we did is we focused a little bit more on the business side of things. And so we talked to some of the top creators. We talked about the monetization of VR. We talked about creators and how they're utilizing technology to make beautiful things. And today, on the entertainment day, we're focusing on, you guessed it, entertainment. And we're playing a lot with Tiltbrush. And so you are going to see so many amazing artists creating in virtual reality. We have a really, really awesome show for you today, so stay tuned because it's going to be jam-packed with fun. So keep your eyes out for Wesley Allsbrook. She's going to come up in a bit. Wesley is the creator of Dear Angelica, which you should know about because it's awesome. She's amazing, and Wesley's going to be creating live on stage today. You should also get very excited because Justin Roiland may be popping by for an interview. We have the Titmouse crew in-house. So we have Chris Pernosky, who's going to be on stage creating some really awesome Tiltbrush art. We have this phenomenal game called Smash Party. So you're going to see us breaking stuff in VR. And I also hear that Tiltbrush may have some new toys that we might get to show you today. So I want to introduce you to our friends at Tiltbrush. And so I'm joined right now by the Tiltbrush team. And so we are going to talk to these gorgeous ladies, and we're going to dive in to Tiltbrush, the Tiltbrush community, and what makes Tiltbrush so special. Ladies.
Awesome.
Ladies,
Hey.
thank you for being here. I have Blair Bender here. Blair, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I have Ashley Pinnock here to my left.
Hey.
Ashley, thanks for joining us. And then over here, the inimitable Izzy Parkinson. Who is the you had a big announcement. What's the big announcement? You're now the head of community for Tiltbrush.
Yeah, I am the Tiltbrush community manager.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means all of the things.
All of the things.
We're a big community of artists,
Yes.
creators, self-identified non-creatives. You name it, you can use Tiltbrush.
Yeah.
And so I'm keeping track of all of that.
So you're the one that is just overseeing everything, making the magic happen, and you're connecting all the dots and bringing all the threads together.
Exactly. We have a great engineering team in-house, the Tiltbrush team. Unfortunately, they can't be here, so we have some of our other program managers and technical artists on deck.
This is a
Awesome crew.
This is a really fun, like, power lady segment we have here. There's a lot of lady power on these couches right now.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
I was going to say a big thing of what we work on is the Artist in Residence program.
Yes, and I want to dig into that. I want to dig so far into that Artist in Residence program because I'm super, super excited about it. You have so many incredible creators that are utilizing Tiltbrush to create fantastic art, and I want to dive into that in just a moment. I want to turn over here to Ashley and Blair, and I want to say hi to you guys. Ashley, what's your role in the team, and what are you bringing to the table today?
Yeah, so I'm a technical artist on Tiltbrush, so I help work on new features, making new brushes, sort of looking at all
you're
the
the
art
brush
side.
lady.
I mean, yes.
She's the brush queen, actually.
Oh, well, now
I'll take it.
I love the fire brush, I'm going to say. Like, the fire brush is like my go-to brush.
Yeah, Firebrush is
Love
super
the Fire
fun.
brush.
Like all the crazy animated ones, stuff like that. Super fun.
All of the audio reactive, kind of integrating those audio reactivity to those brushes has been amazing. So now I know who to go to when I have like fantasies of specific brushes that I want.
Yeah, I make brushes, like work on new features and fun stuff that we're going to be making for Tiltbrush. You know, doing UX, all of the fun nitty-gritty stuff. So yeah, I'll be lending an ear to those things today.
Awesome. And Miss Blair Bender, what do you do and what are you bringing to the table today?
Yeah, so I work on a lot of different assets of Tiltbrush itself. So I help with program managing of our artist in residency program, as well as quote unquote the artist whisperer. So
You're the artist whisperer?
Yeah, so working directly with our artists and our incredible creatives that we bring on and helping them when they come to San Francisco.
So how do you whisper these artists?
You know, it's like we start soft. And
Start
then,
soft?
And then it gets louder with
Okay.
audio reactive.
It's true. So
All
okay,
the
so you're
things.
sort of like the artist muse, the artist whisperer. I like that. I like that.
Yes.
So something that is so amazing about what Tiltbrush is doing is they're really compiling a phenomenal community of artists. And so bringing all of these artists together and really nurturing them and giving them the tools and the education and the resources to be able to create in Tiltbrush, whether you're someone who's just starting out or you're interested or maybe you're already an accomplished 3D artist, this is who you should talk to. So Izzy, I want to dig into that artist in residence program. Tell me all about it.
Yeah, so last year after Tiltbrush launched, we had this awesome product and we were like, okay, so what do we do with it, you know? We need to bring in some of the most creative minds, pair them up with this tool and have them make awesome content.
Right.
Because this is a tool for those of you that don't know, you can paint in virtual reality. So we needed to show what could be done with it. So what do? We tap some of the most creative folks in the industry. Animators, cartoonists, sculptors, painters, dancers, like you name it. We basically tried to cast the widest net to bring in the biggest breadth and scope of talent and diversity, like creative diversity. So in a very unique residency program that's really never been done before.
Yeah.
We brought artists into our San Francisco office.
Yeah, artists in residence, that is an established concept, but virtual reality artists so new.
So new.
This is there's kind of like a past blueprint, but you're literally blazing a trail as we speak.
Totally new, totally never been done before, and even describing and pitching this to artists, they're like, I'm sorry, what? We're like, no, you've got to trust us on this. We're going to bring you into our San Francisco office for anywhere from a day to a couple weeks, pair you up with Tiltbrush and your own cool residency space, and then with the opportunity to work alongside our engineering team. So these are the people with the tools, quite literally to make the tools.
Right.
With the idea being that they're going to create awesome content that's going to be in our showcase gallery, which users can use and draw from, but also they're going to...
Where can we find that showcase gallery?
Yeah, so it's in the Tiltbrush tool. There's like a little folder, and there's a little star. It all makes sense once you're in there and you see it. And
so that's the one. Okay, so when I'm in Tiltbrush and I'm playing with the palette, and I go to that gallery, that's actually populated by the Artist in Resident program.
Exactly.
You just connected so many dots for me.
Yeah, so a lot of people, Tiltbrush is awesome. You get in there, you start painting, you're doing your thing, but then a lot of people don't realize it's not only great for creating content, but for viewing content.
Yep.
So immediately you can draw from this gallery, and we started from a few pieces, and over time we brought in over 60 artists last year.
Really?
So we beefed up that gallery, and no two pieces are the same because no two artists create in Tiltbrush the same. So we wanted to get it as different and diverse as possible, and in doing so, we also learned a lot from our artists, hey, what kind of tools do we like?
Yeah.
What kind of tools do we not like? At one point, we had a leaf brush in the tool that is no longer with us.
Do
you remember the leaf brush?
I remember the leaf brush.
Yeah, our RIP. But it was there were a lot of learning moments like that were hey, this is probably for the better. So we got rid of a couple things, but more importantly, we added a lot of awesome new features, brushes, tools based on direct feedback from the most creative people in the world, in my opinion.
So I absolutely love Tiltbrush. And whenever I'm showing anyone for the first time what virtual reality is, Tiltbrush is my go-to. The UI is very simple to learn. It only takes me a couple minutes to be able to onboard them. And whether or not you're an artist, anyone can get in there and actually just have fun right away. And the look on people's faces when they get into this environment and can actually create in a 360-degree environment, the smile that is plastered on their faces afterwards, actually during. As soon as someone draws in space and they can then walk around it, minds are blown. And so I absolutely love Tiltbrush for newbies. And VRScout loves working with Tiltbrush, and we've done a bunch of different activations that utilize Tiltbrush. So it was a little bit over a year ago actually, VRScout, we did the first virtual reality art show in Los Angeles. And so we actually partnered up with you guys, and we had a variety of Los Angeles artists painting in Tiltbrush on a stage that was actually right around the launch of the HTC Vive. So it was right at the beginning, right at the very, very beginning of that launch. And so we had a huge party over at the Vice headquarters in Venice, California, and we brought in about 300 of our closest friends and watched amazing artists create in Tiltbrush. Then we teamed up with Tiltbrush again last year for the VRLA after party. VRScout did the official after party for VRLA back in the summer. And then for our after party, we brought in a bunch of artists, stuck them up on stage, and had them create in VR live on stage. And so this was the party. And so what we do is we set up projectors and we set up big monitors so that everyone around the party can see what's happening inside that headset, and they can see all of the gorgeous art that the artist is seeing. We have done many, many more activations with Tiltbrush, and we really pull you guys in as often as we possibly can because we're huge fans of the tool.
We're huge fans too, you guys.
Yeah, mutual love.
So if you remember Winnie Cooper from a lovely TV show called Wonder Years, we actually had Winnie Cooper come into our studio, our VRScout studio in Playa Vista, California. And you may not know this, but Winnie Cooper, you remember Winnie Cooper from the Wonder Years? Well, she's an adult now, and she's also a mathematician.
They grow up so fast.
Those kids grow up so fast.
They really do.
Yeah. And she has kids of her own now.
Wow.
So we actually had Winnie Cooper into the studio. And so as a mathematician, she actually utilized this spherical space in this 3D environment to write out pi. So actually wrote out pi. So Winnie Cooper isn't her real name. Her real name is Danica McKellar, but let's just call her Winnie Cooper because that's how we all remember her. But Danica McKellar, the mathematician. So she writes out pi, which is, what does it start with?
3.14.
3.1415926.
Oh,
And I can't do the rest,
that's right.
but it goes on to infinity. The perfect circle. So we had Winnie Cooper, who I'm still going to refer to as Winnie Cooper for that. But the point is we are absolutely obsessed with Tiltbrush and all the amazing art that's created in it. And I was wondering, what are some of your favorite pieces that you've seen created in the space with the tool?
Yeah, probably like one of the biggest staff favorites is a piece done by Peter Chan.
By Peter Chan?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's The Escape, and it's this piece that was so big it like almost literally broke Tiltbrush.
Yeah.
Like you are quite literally stepping into this enchanted winter wonderland theme, and it really was a game changer for us. Like it was that sort of piece that gave you chills when you walked in there, and you felt like sparkles inside of your body. You were just like, this is magic, you know? And like you look up for what looks like 300 feet above you, and like you can see for miles.
So this is like a huge environment.
Yeah, so a lot of the tools that came out of the Artist in Residence program were things like that allowed you to work with scale and size, whereas before you kind of just like worked with the space you had. But from bringing artists in, we learned like, hey, we want to work at scale, or we want to work really small. And so that piece like is the epitome of stepping into a new world. So being able to like start something really small, make it super big, maybe even go inside that big one and actually create things inside of it. There are so many ways to use it. I love the scaling tool. It's cool, and you kind of like make this like accordion motion when you use it. I'm like, do it like an accordion.
It's great.
What are some of your favorites, guys?
I mean, I feel like it's really cool to see how artists use scale and they create discoverable like Easter eggs in their work, and Peter Chan's piece is a great example of that. I've also seen really amazing pieces where you're doing things like looking through a window or a porthole, where you'll have this sort of illusion that you're in a 2D space or like a 2D painting, and then you put your head inside it and you realize it's all three-dimensional. It's amazing. People do really, really beautiful things where they're playing with the ideas of like perception and scale and 3D versus 2D in Tiltbrush, and I think all of those things are really amazing, and artists bring like really interesting interpretations.
Yeah, that's sort of like playing with the concept of 2D inside 3D,
Yeah.
or then making the 3D inside the, it's like, this is like Russian dolls inside,
It's
right?
super cool. I mean, because it's one of the most interesting things, I think, is how artists have to exercise their brain to say, like, how do I translate this if I'm like a painter and an illustrator that typically works on a 2D surface to something that's more, immersive, three-dimensional, like you're inside it, physical.
Well, you're an artist. Like, how do you conceptualize this? Like, what are your favorite tools? Like, what's more stuff that you want to see?
Well, I mean, it's really funny. You end up using Tiltbrush to make stuff for Tiltbrush.
You use
end up
Tiltbrush
sketching
to make
out
stuff with
ideas.
Tiltbrush. It's so meta.
Maybe we make it
It's
like
so
this.
meta.
You do a little sketch while you're in it, showing your teammates. Fun. But I don't know. I think that just empowering artists and giving them more tools to work with, making their work more convincing for whatever way they want to create, and letting them like really drive the conversation. And letting them be able to like make the most beautiful, crazy, ridiculous stuff.
Well, that's something I think you guys do such a great job of, which is really keeping your ear to the ground and really, really utilizing that feedback from the artist, and then incorporating that feedback as this constantly evolving, constantly changing tool keeps growing bigger and bigger and more robust.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blair, what are some of your favorite creations or favorite creators in Tiltbrush and in the Artist in Residence program?
Absolutely. So I got to really work hand in hand with our artists during this summer's residency program. So there's so many favorites to discuss, but I think a lot of what I really appreciated is the community of artists that we see come out of nowhere on Twitter.
No, I know. Like, asking your favorites is like asking your favorite child. It's like Sophie's Choice. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we work with such crazy, talented people, but also we've seen a lot of people emerge as what they're calling themselves now as VR artists. And so it's been incredible to see that in the community space
It's
itself.
become like an actual self-descriptor.
We'll see stuff go viral that's like creating a maze in Tiltbrush. Like, you could just use the teleport feature. There's little Easter eggs here and there. And we have somebody that proposed in Tiltbrush to his
We've had a
fiancé.
couple proposals,
We've had a couple
actually.
proposals, so there's a lot of love that
And
goes
allegedly
around.
a wedding that
Actually,
happened.
that's so funny. I've heard about the proposals, and we VRScout through a 1,500 person virtual reality haunted mansion.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
And during this, it's a very macabre theme, but we actually had a wedding that happened on stage, and so the wedding
Makes
actually,
sense,
because why not?
Like,
Why not?
Yeah,
it'd be weird if you didn't,
Yeah, it just gets weirder and weirder. It's amazing. So what actually happens, then they got married on stage in Tiltbrush. So Tiltbrush, people have been proposing in Tiltbrush. People have been getting married in Tiltbrush.
Yeah.
What else are they going to do?
I don't think
in
anyone's
Tiltbrush?
given birth in Tiltbrush yet, but like,
It's a challenge.
it's
Someone.
possible,
You
you
got
know?
time today.
Just so that you know.
yeah, it could happen.
So I want to talk about how you see Tiltbrush being used in maybe unexpected ways. So the obvious is art, right? But I've seen a lot of ways that it's being used that is not specifically for artists. So what are some of your favorite things that you've seen that have been like, hey, I didn't really think of that before. I didn't really think of it being used in that way, and it is being used in that way. Like, what have you seen that's been an unexpected use case of Tiltbrush?
The big one for me is dance and movement. Like, we quite literally put Tiltbrush controllers on a dancer and like just tap dancer, like watched him do his thing. And like, when you incorporate the like dance and art, like you get to see those come together so visually and physically.
And so then it was like a piece that was actually created by controllers that were just attached to his body.
We literally rigged controllers to the side of someone's body. And that sounds crazy, but it like totally works.
So then, like, what did the piece end up looking like?
It looked awesome. This is like kind of like, how do you describe these things without seeing it? It looked unique, and it's like we're always surprising ourselves with these new applications and these new like ideas that seem crazy, but then when you try it out in Tiltbrush, you're like, that's actually not that crazy, and this makes sense for this like new space where we're taking all these new risks and trying all these new ideas.
It's definitely become like this just sort of beautiful amalgamation of like technology and performance art almost. So gorgeous. So what about you guys? Like, what are some sort of unexpected things that you've seen Tiltbrush being used for?
Well, I think a really good example of like what Izzy said is that there's all these sort of tangential pieces of art that people are making that maybe aren't like paintings or illustrations. They're not as immediate, but they still have a really interesting impact. Like there's been people who've been using it for architectural visualization. I want to build a structure. What does that look like if I make it in scale and Tiltbrush?
It's almost like they're using it for in place, like as a quick and dirty sort of replacement for CAD, right?
Yeah,
so they can do like
absolutely.
a three-dimensional blueprint pretty quickly. You can use the ruler
You can even
tool.
export it, and bring it in to model over it or something.
Tell me about that. How you can export it and then sort of maybe polish something.
Yeah, I mean, people do things where you can do a rough sketch, right?
Okay.
Ideas about making 3D model, doing something in SketchUp or doing something in CAD, whatever, right? And you can do a rough sketch, your previs, and then export it as a model and bring it in. And you can use it as the actual asset, or you can use it as something to use as your baseline for what you want to make. So people have been also like building off of their Tiltbrush work in that way. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I've seen people using it for storyboarding.
Yeah,
even.
exactly.
Like 360 filmmakers.
Yeah.
They like to use Tiltbrush to make the storyboards because it's really utilizing that spherical space that you can
And you can show the client, like
Exactly.
you give them the idea that you don't have to
Exactly.
try to explain to them. Well, when you're in VR,
Totally.
it might feel or look this way.
Yeah.
It'll be this tall or this small. Your camera will be placed here,
Yeah.
etc. You can do all of that sort of visualization in Tiltbrush, which is
So
super cool.
So cool.
Like, what can't you do?
What can't you do, really? I mean, I guess you can't eat.
Or like do your taxes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could
But
do
wait,
taxes. I think taxes is maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Blair, what about you? What are some of the unexpected use cases that you've seen? How are people using Tiltbrush in unexpected ways for you?
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting. So I work also a little bit on the partnership side of things.
Okay, so you're on the partnership side of things.
Yeah, so I've worked a lot with, we did some Tiltbrush work with Fox Sports for the Super Bowl this year. And so
Yes.
it was in mixed reality.
We helped you with that.
Yes, you did.
And it was
Jonathan
awesome.
was a lifesaver. Uh-huh.
Yeah, George Peasley was the artist on that. And George Peasley was actually here yesterday creating live in Tiltbrush. And George Peasley may be stopping by again today. But that Fox Sports piece, that was then actually brought into a commercial, which was shown all the way leading up to the Super Bowl and then actually during the Super Bowl. That was awesome.
Yeah, so that whole project came together really quickly. I mean, we had George overnight recreating maybe some of the teams might have not made it to the Super Bowl that he had already created logos for. So that was
Art
for
and
George,
sports. Like who would have thought?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
I've
that
been
was a
coined
very-
the resident sports knowledge expert
really?
of the team. Yeah, so they're like, go do this, and it was amazing. So that was really fun. And then I think we'll touch a little bit on this later, but we recently did Wonder Woman in virtual reality with Wesley and then Liz Edwards as well. So it's been really fascinating to see how we can kind of take a world like sports that's not super, it's technical, they're trying to become more relevant in terms of like programming, but it was really cool for them to dive right into that as well as Wonder Woman.
Well, since we're in Los Angeles, in the heart of entertainment, in the heart of Hollywood, right? I've been really surprised by the number of directors that are using Tiltbrush to actually plan scenes.
Yeah.
So the director of Rogue One actually used Tiltbrush to pre-vis some of the scenes in Rogue One, which is incredible. Speaking of Wesley Alsbrook, Wesley did an amazing job and she created some fabulous Wonder Woman artwork. We're going to start showing you what Wesley has been busy creating over in our mixed reality studio, and so we're going to go over to her in just a moment. Thank you for bringing that up, Blair, because that was a really good segue.
Oh, I'm here for you.
Tiltbrush ladies, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Heck yeah.
Great. Cruise over there?
No, it's the camera. Alright, Emily, you're gonna stay.
I'm staying right here.
We're gonna test this right here. Really quickly, and then we'll send you over.
Take these off for now.
Yeah. Ciao, everybody. Dom, you just set it right next to you.
How goes it in here? Can you tell me, I know you're just sort of chatting there, but can you just tell me a little bit more about this piece? I see this canine right here. And is this a canine you know and love? What's the story here? Ooh, those prices. Right, right. I love that. And so, Wesley, would you say like this piece obviously is true to, you know, some personal aspects of your life? Would you say that's true with your other pieces? Or they normally come from an anecdote or a story or something that's true to you?
Definitely. Well, I think you can't really help but do that. Everybody's art comes from, you know, like their own perspective. I think, I don't know, I wouldn't have drawn this stuff had I not sort of come to San Francisco, worked for Oculus Story Studio, made a VR movie, and regularly kind of like ate in sort of kitchens where the food was free and could have like easily fed everybody at the Montgomery stop. And of course I would never work in VR had I not moved to this city.
Trying not to bonk you here with the mic, but I've been hit in the face a few times with Vive controllers, so it's fine. That's awesome.
Occupational hazard.
Yeah, it's all good though. So Wesley, tell me a little bit, classic Tiltbrush question here, like what is your favorite brush? And just kind of talk to me about your vibe and style in there.
Okay, so the way that I like to work is more about kind of replicating ink style, and unfortunately, like I'm not going to be the type of person who's going to show off the sort of the effects brushes, but I do really like the brushes with lighting, and those are the wire, the marker, the tapered marker, and the pinched marker. And I like stuff like this because I can, I have control over my lighting situation, you know, and like with lighting, like I'm not ever trying to create something that's realistic. I'm trying to create lighting that's rather kind of like meaningful for sort of story and composition. And it's important if you're having control of your style to kind of, you know, work with as little kind of information from your tool as possible and kind of supply the rest yourself. So that's why I work the way I work in Tiltbrush.
So Wesley, tell me a little bit about where your process starts when you're creating a piece in VR, because I was talking to you on the phone yesterday, the day before. I was like, Wesley, all right, make us a piece. And you were like, okay, got it. Like, what then? Like, what next? Like, where do you go? Because, I mean, what people don't probably realize or appreciate is, like, you just basically made this piece. People would see something like this and be like, did this take you weeks, months, years? And it's like, no, you literally did this in a day or less.
Yes. I made this pretty much yesterday, 0.5 ago. And it was easy to start because I had already built it in a 2D world, so I already had a color scheme. It's really difficult for me to be thinking about color and about form in the same space. So what I did was I brought the sketch in from a comic panel. I color selected from it. I built every aspect of it really kind of small and really gesturally and repositioned a lot. And then, you know, I filled in the detail. And I tend to do detail kind of at scale or above it, and then sort of general form sort of at 50% of what I guess I would consider to be presentation scale. So yeah, I mean, the benefit to direct VR creation is you can, you know, like you can make stuff like this. You can make assets really, really quickly.
So you're someone who's so good with detail. Can you just kind of like zoom in there and show us like the most detailed part of this piece? And just for those of you that don't know, like Wesley is using that scale tool we were talking about. She's using her arms and kind of that like accordion swimming motion that allows her to move through the space, get really close. Like I feel like I'm right, probably up looking at that dog. Is that a greyhound, by the way?
I think it's Whippet.
Ah, Whippet. They're technically a smaller version of a greyhound. So I just love this piece. It cracks me up. And what's so cool, you obviously have the same style that's consistent, but all of your work is so different. We had the privilege of having Wesley with us at a Wonder Woman activation at South by Southwest. And let's pull that piece up here just so everyone can see like the same style, completely different piece. This one is so bomb. I mean, I love all of your work, but there's something like super powerful about this one. So once this loads, did you do quick load there? I want you to just tell us a few words about it. Oh, here we go. We're in it. Well, you and I are like in this. That's what's so cool about mixed reality. Like we are in this.
So, Liz Edwards and I got the chance to do some drawings about the upcoming Wonder Woman film, and here's Gal Gadot. She's just found her sort of male lead. She saved him from drowning. This is where he crashed. You can go all the way over here to see the crash site. You can go, oh, you guys don't have, yeah, you do. Okay, hold on. Here's the plane underwater.
We are underwater.
Here's her, sorry.
It's totally cool.
Diving to save him. And then you can go all the way up here.
It's like a journey going through here. Like we are moving fast.
This is how I like to kind of think about stories and comics, is everything happening in the same scene at the same time at different scales. So here is Wonder Woman about to dive in, and we can see it from above. But yeah.
So what's your favorite part about this piece?
My favorite part about this piece is being able to draw Gal in a number of different positions at different points in this part of the story. And I like the idea of being able to use her gaze to direct your eye over there to the crash site. If you look over her shoulder, you'll see the rest of the Amazons on this island with no men. And then down here, you'll see the reason that she leaves the island with no men. And then up here, you see her kind of making that decision. And so I think that that's my favorite part about kind of drawing and doing narrative in VR in general, is it's more about kind of building a structure for your story to live in rather than presenting things all in a line. Things can exist in a complete world, and scale is emphasis.
So scale is really important, like we talked about, but how else has like using Tiltbrush enhanced your creative process as an artist?
Well, I don't know. Probably it makes me a better draftsperson. I say all the time that, you need to be able to understand an object completely in order to be able to draw it from a single position. But using tools like this, I can, I actually have to understand an object from every point of view in order to be able to successfully draw it. And the other thing that I do a lot actually is I'll use VR drawing to compose for 2D contexts, which is great. I can take screenshots and work back into them in another editing tool, and it's been kind of invaluable, especially if I'm going to be using a repetitive scene over and over again. I just make the asset, photograph it from a lot of different angles, and work back into it.
So cool. It's just such a great example of like how every artist approaches it differently and kind of develops their little strategies and methods that enable them to make beautiful art like this. So remind me and remind everyone, how long did it take you to make this piece?
Well, this piece was 2.5 days beforehand, and then when I was working at South by Southwest with you all, it was like 3 days, something like that. So just like, I don't know, a week-ish. But I don't know, it's relatively complete. I still want to fill things out down. Sorry.
You're good. Hey, you still can.
But yeah, no, I'll have a lot to finish, and underwater scenes are actually kind of my favorite thing. So
Yeah, that's what's so cool with Tiltbrush. You can have these like underworlds and different worlds, and it's like what's amazing about the tool is it's room scale VR technology. So you can literally walk around and get underwater and get on top of mountains and from all these vantage points that you like otherwise would never be able to do, and use scale. Like Wesley, this is just such a great example of that. So if you want to, when you're ready, we can jump back into your other piece that you were working on. And you said that doesn't have a name, right?
no, I don't like to add titles to things, but yeah, no, it's part of a kind of like a larger comic that I'm doing about, I don't know, my time in San Francisco. It's really easy to sort of talk about tech in a scary and dystopian way. All my friends really do feel more like avatars to me than actual friends, but I don't know. There's no reason that has to be scary. There's got to be a sort of safer, cuter, like more fun way to approach our dark future.
Great. Well, we're going to just kind of take a step back here and sort of watch you do your thing and show people some of the brushes and colors and tools that enable you to make masterpieces like this. Yeah, why don't you just draw? I'll do a little narration. Boom. I love how you can just load the sketch up like that. So you're unique, like a lot of artists when like using Tiltbrush are like physically like walking around. You're much more of a stationary artist, but that totally works for you because that's your unique style and unique approach to the tool. And it's such an intuitive tool that you can kind of bring, like it can be whatever you want it to be.
But also, like, I don't know, if you're going to be just sort of doing this for a little while, then it's fine to stand up and move your body around. If you're going to be working in Tiltbrush, or if you're going to be working directly in VR for like 5 hours a day, you just kind of don't have the stamina to sort of stand up and move around. And I was talking to Malia about this earlier in the week, but I think that VR as a showpiece is super different from, you know, like VR in production. Yeah, I don't know, usually I'm sitting in a chair in front of a couple of trackers going like this all day. So, you know, it's, I mean, I also kind of, I get tempted to just work on one surface if I don't move the piece around a lot.
It's cool. So what are you filling in there? That blue.
This is just grass and surface detail. I mean, I tried to make this so that...
So she's using this tool that's kind of like a select tool. So it's really easy, like, you know, you find that awesome blue and you want to pick back up right where you left off with it. That tool allows you to do that. So really...
You can also, you know, add it to your color library. Like, do that, do that.
What I think is so neat, like, you know, like we said, Tiltbrush is awesome for artists, creators, anyone to paint with. It's a great tool for viewing art, but it's also like watching you paint in there is a work of art as well. Like we've had a ton of events and activations where we have artists just painting and it's mesmerizing to watch. And you get to kind of like step into the brain and the imagination of the artist, kind of stroke by stroke, and see what goes into a piece. So I could just watch this for hours. So Wesley, here's a question for you. Where do you think art and VR will be in 5 years? What's it going to look like?
I don't know. That's kind of a hard one. It was sort of my my hope that maybe art might be kind of different in this space than it is in others. At least sort of the way that people think about using artists. What was great about being able to make Dear Angelica was that I got to sort of use drawing to drive story. And I was at the center of a creative process, and people weren't sort of using me just to execute. And I don't know, I think that what I hope is that tools like this are going to make production a lot more efficient, which means that fewer people can work. And I think that the fewer people who are working on any given piece, the more kind of narrative and creative control is really kind of ceded to the artists. And I also, I like this because it takes people like me who come from a print background and it puts them potentially to work as CG artists, and potentially changes the look of CG, not just in a, like in a VR context, but in the context of 2D animation as well. I hope a lot of people start making assets like this. And I also kind of, what do I hope? I mean, I hope that we also find a better way to understand copyright and licensing with this kind of work. Like, I notice that Tiltbrush shares assets in such a way that users are able to download them and change them and, keep the work of other artists, but work that they've modified. And that's an interesting model, but it would be really nice if we could come to a place of understanding better how to license this work. So that's my kind of hope for the future. Well, not hope, yeah.
Well, that's the kind of feedback that's really driving this new medium forward. We've never had these kind of conversations before, so those are important questions to ask. So what advice would you have for an artist, say someone who's a printmaker or not at all in the digital world, who wanted to get into this? What advice would you have for them?
First, make $2,000. Then buy a computer and headset of your choice, and then draw the way you always draw. And I think, you can become a VR artist in that way. And also, this is a really kind of fresh space. Everybody is making new work and different work. And there's, make something new, make something different. Change kind of like what you see here. The thing that people always complain about with VR is it's really technically great, but there's no story. Or, this was made by, somebody who really understands story but doesn't understand VR. So, if you can get the money, get the tools, and, see how you can populate the space with something new and different.
Awesome. And the first time you tried Tiltbrush and you started creating, what was your learning curve like? Was it easy? Was it what?
Well, the thing is, I had already been drawing in VR for so long. That was my life from November of 2015 until now, is spending many hours a day kind of drawing in VR. And Tiltbrush is a special application with its own advantages. I think that if you've done this once, you can understand the user interface and do it again.
Awesome. Well, we're just so psyched about this piece here. We got a few more minutes left here, so we'll kind of just let you do your thing. Show off how you add all those little details. It's like stepping into your imagination. Tiltbrush allows you to inhabit your imagination and create these ideas and concepts in your head very quickly in VR. And you're just such a great example of this. I just still can't believe this piece was made in a day. If that. a day and a half, day 0.5. Adding those shoe details, I see. You're faced with all these new questions, like how do I paint a high heel in VR? Does this woman have a name?
She's based on a friend of mine.
Uh-huh. Adding the detail to that park bench. I haven't seen any benches look like that in San Francisco, though. Oh, New York bench. Got it. Very different benches. And that's what's so cool about mixed reality. We can really see like what a physical process this is for her to make. Like she's on one knee, like creating the ground here and the foundation, the details of this bench and giving it life. And Wesley, which brush are you using right now?
This guy, pinch marker.
Pinch marker. I can see your screen, yeah. Cool, Wesley, we're so happy that you came out to show the world this awesome piece. Doesn't have a name, but hey, doesn't need a name for the first time, and talk to us about your process using Tiltbrush and give us all of those insights as to what it's like to be an artist in the VR world. Well, you can hang out there for a minute more or so. I just love that dog. For those of you that missed it, Wesley actually added the dog poop in on stage. It was an epic moment. You could do it again. That has never been done before that I've seen in my experience with this. Yep, that is some detail right there. Like, what is that dog thinking right now? A lot of people are watching it. Yeah, I love just your little, you got the brush very, very small there to add those meticulous levels of detail. And you're like physically there in front of the dog's face. All right, Wesley, well, we are about at time here, so whenever you're ready to come out of there, we will welcome you back to reality. Cool. Yeah, and for everyone who's tuning in, we will be back in a couple minutes with the guys from Titmouse. It's gonna be a good time. Hey, welcome
Hello guys, and welcome back to the VRScout live show at VRLA. VRLA Day 2, and we have so much fun stuff for you. We have a motley crew on stage with us today. We have a lot of fun guys. Thank you for joining us. This is the Titmouse crew. I have Chris Pernosky in the house.
Hey everybody.
Hey Chris.
Hey. One
Say
of these
hi to all the
places.
cameras.
I'm saying hi to you and you
And
and you
you and you and you.
too again.
Antonio Canovio, thank you for joining us.
Hey,
Thank you for
hi.
being here.
Thank you for having
And you
us.
promised to answer only in yes and no questions, right?
I'm gonna try my best.
Make my
Yeah.
job super difficult, please.
Yes.
And we have Dylan Carter. Dylan, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And you were very instrumental in a recent thing that you guys just released called Show It To Me, and we're going to talk about that in a bit. But I kind of want to set the stage here a little bit, and I'm going to peel back the curtain on this guy over here, Chris Pernosky.
We're literally on a stage.
But no, I'm like going to pull the
On
kimono
a set.
back.
Setting
No
the stage.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a literal metaphor.
Yeah, right on. Sorry. You were saying.
Titmouse. Titmouse is amazing, and I want to kind of get your 2 cents about how Titmouse got started and how you evolved from there.
How it got started?
Yes.
Just from being dumb. So I tried to make a cartoon, and then I was like, I'll make a t-shirt company, right? Instead, because t-shirts, fun to wear them,
Lucrative.
fun to draw them, but it's a pain in the butt to make a company. So I moved out from New York. I used to work on like Beavis and Butthead and
Yeah.
Daria, a bunch of stuff at MTV. I was like, I'll have a t-shirt company, but I kept getting jobs for animation, so I had to hire guys like this to help me out. And before you knew it, we had a bunch of people working there, and it wasn't a t-shirt company, it was an animation studio.
Whoops.
Yeah, and it's largely because Rip Torn, you know that guy Rip Torn?
Yeah, totally.
He jammed one of my drawings up his butthole.
Oh, in the movie with Tom Green.
Yeah, Freddie Got Fingered.
Yes.
That was the job where they were like, do you have a production company? And I said, I don't have a production company, I'm just a dude. And they said, a dude, and they started to get nervous, asking like, do you have production insurance? And I was like, I got a company right here, Titmouse, it's a real company. We have a bank account and everything. And that's how this company started.
And that's all you had, a bank account.
I had a bank account, I had a website. We can't afford Titmouse.com. The guy wants $50,000 for it.
Really?
We
now
have
it's-
.net.
Now it's .net, right?
.net. Who
Titmouse
knows?
.net.
We're on top of the Google
gotta do
search.
it. You gotta do it.
Google search Titmouse, you're on top.
So Chris, as he mentioned, really did some amazing work. He kind of got his start doing stuff like Daria, like Beavis and Butthead. They have now.
Hey, look, there's a picture.
Hey, look! There we go. There's Beavis and Butthead.
Look at him.
I remember like having to like sneak to watch that show
Yeah.
because I was not allowed to watch MTV. So I had far too much fun with that show.
Nice.
As probably before I should have.
Right on.
If you watch the movie, he did the hallucinogen
Yeah.
sequence. That's really crazy, pretty much by himself, yeah.
Really?
I didn't know that he did that for
Not
the
by
longest time,
myself.
but that
What are
was
you saying?
probably the one thing
Didn't
that got
Rob
me
Zombie
into
animate the whole
Really?
thing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, Rob Zombie animated the whole thing.
I remember, didn't the Red Hot Chili Peppers have a
Yeah,
song
I worked on that too.
soundtrack?
Yeah.
Really?
I carried back before you would do animation on computers. I was working on that like freelance after work because you had your day job you had to do, but they needed people to animate scenes.
That's so
and I was
cool.
going to Ottawa, this animation festival,
Yeah.
and I brought a light box and a big stack of animation paper and the model sheets and the X sheets up to Ottawa with me in a giant ass suitcase and have to do it like hungover in the morning after I'd been drinking all night the night before. Scenes came out great. They came out great.
Well, you guys have so much content on so many different channels. Like they're on Adult Swim, they're on Comedy Central, they're on Fox. They have really big names. They have Venture Brothers. I think we have the Venture Brothers. That's theirs right there. They have Metalocalypse. There we go, right there.
Look
And
at
I always
that.
think
Antonio
of
painted
Fritter.
that painting, I bet.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
painted
you?
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you actually painted that. What was the hardest character for you?
I don't know, it was late at night, so I don't remember. I started with Nathan, and then I went down, and maybe this guy, he doesn't look quite right. But yeah,
That was an early painting.
No,
yeah.
I like
Was that
a
for the
lot.
billboard?
No, that was for the album cover.
Ah, the album cover.
The album
Yeah.
cover?
Yeah.
Because why not? Metalocalypse, man.
Well, Death Clock actually is the band, and they toured all over the US.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you also had your first feature film that
Yeah.
released fairly recently with
Yeah.
Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd is one of my favorite actors.
Yeah.
Nerdland.
Yeah.
Anything that Paul Rudd is in, I'll watch.
He's such a
Nerdland.
nice guy.
Oh,
You
look,
can't believe
I did that
how
too.
good he is.
This
Oh
one was
yeah,
yours?
he did that one too.
Thank you.
What was your inspiration for all of this beautiful kind of colors?
For this one, it's Suspiria. He asked me to push the reds.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this
Suspiria.
movie. It was like
Suspiria.
Dario Argento?
No,
You gotta
Dario
watch that.
Argento, the
yeah.
Italian horror master.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
It's
all right.
so Dario Argento now that you
Yeah.
say that.
It was his, he was like,
And
you gotta make
I'll
it.
tell you
It's
what,
Suspiria.
the writer, Andy Kevin Walker, he wrote Seven, the movie Seven. He was so nervous about the main characters having stains on their underwear. He was like, make sure you don't give them like poo stained underwear.
That's what animators do.
Yeah.
They see underwear, they just had a...
They automatically
It's
proceed.
tempting.
You do that, right?
It's tempting.
If you gotta draw underwear.
Yeah.
Whoops.
It's gotta have
No,
stains.
that's so funny that Dario Argento and
Yeah.
Suspiria was the inspiration for that.
For the
That's cool.
poster.
We just before we did this interview, we just went poo together in stalls right next to each other in the
Holding
bathroom.
hands.
Really
Yeah.
fun. It was a great bonding
They
experience.
were right next to each
That's
other.
cool. You guys have such a
Yeah.
close team. That's
I was,
wonderful.
I was a witness.
Well, you gotta have someone watching. Yeah.
No, I want to
More
make
of
sure
a
everything's
listening.
done right.
It's
Yeah.
more of a listening. And then you guys also do Son of Zorn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, look, I painted that.
He painted that background too. Really, all we do is just get Antonio to do all the art and take credit for
And
it.
I did that logo in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Really?
And they used it. It was like a proof of concept. And they just used it. I'm not sure why.
Don't tell him that, man. You're doing an interview.
Yeah,
It took hours of hard work.
Hours of hard work.
Weeks
Yeah.
and weeks, sleepless nights. It took forever.
No,
It kind of reminds me of it's reminiscent a little bit of like He-Man,
Oh yeah, it's more than reminiscent. It's supposed to be
That's what
a
it's
parody of
an
that.
homage,
Yeah.
parody.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty dead on.
And Thundar the Barbarian too. You got to say that.
Say what?
Thundar the Barbarian.
Of course.
Yeah, also him.
Although, if we're talking about barbarians, I gotta bring Conan up. I love those movies.
yeah.
I'm a
Yeah,
total
yeah.
sucker for
Have
Conan.
you
Yeah,
tried
that's my
this?
kid's name.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Have you tried this VRScout water?
yeah, it's
It's,
delicious.
it's our special water, yeah. We put bourbon in theirs though. So you guys did something really, really cool with Tiltbrush, and you guys released something recently called Show It To Me. And so I want to talk about Show It To Me.
Yeah.
See, this is gorgeous. This is fabulous. Tell us
We're not
about-
allowed to show the music.
It's true, we can't.
Yeah, even though we have the license
How does it
to
go
it.
again? How
I'm trying to put
Me.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
He hears it in his
That's-
dreams.
That's like
You can't
the only
escape
thing
it.
that I've heard for the past few
Yeah.
months has been that song on a continuous loop.
You like fall asleep, just like circling. with
Sometimes-
your fingers on
sometimes-
it.
Sometimes
Demon
he
ladies.
sweats when he goes to the gym and it comes out as music. It's
Just
really
like-
strange.
So check it out. Last year, VRLA, VRScout party, was doing live Tiltbrush art with the audio reactive brushes. That's where they were showcasing that. And then I cornered one of the engineers afterwards. I was like, listen, man, I think we can make a music video with this. You just need to like make a timeline for me. And he started thinking about
That was
it.
the party where you fell off the stage.
That's where I fell off the stage. Luckily, John was there to save my
Caught you.
ass. Because he told me, he's like, don't go out of this circle, man. Hey, John. Hey, John, if you're watching. Because the grid wasn't up. For some reason, it was a Vive issue, I guess. It didn't display the grid.
Right.
I'm so used to the grid, you get into the painting and stuff like
then
that.
you just topple right off the stage.
Luckily, John is very strong and muscular. He could like easily
he's
catch
famous.
me. Yeah, he's famous for that.
So it was like these audio reactive brushes. You're
Yeah.
like, okay, we need to do a music video with this.
Yeah. And then I happened to go up to Google like a couple weeks later and went to lunch with those guys and started browbeating them about it. They're like, yeah, man, we could do that. We have this engineer who's free and he can make this toolkit for you guys. She totally did. And then we got it. And we're like, Antonio and I and Mark Brooks, who is a director at our studio and also one of the key members of Nightclub, which is the song that made the song showed it to me. We're like, we're gonna make this music video, and like time kept ticking away because they were like, hey, we need to release this. They decided they're gonna release this toolkit.
Yeah.
And then eventually I realized like, there's no way we're ever gonna do this. And I was like, Dylan, what are you up to? You seem like you can figure this out with zero experience. Well, no one had experience with this Tiltbrush
it was
toolkit
just like a new
because
thing.
it was brand new.
I think you called me up on the phone like while you're in the car, like I'm gonna be in the studio in like half an hour. Do you know anything about like VR?
Yeah, well, I was like, you bet you
no.
used Unity before? And you had used Unity a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
I used it like in school once or twice,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to import art assets. And so Chris was like, "Oh, then you know Unity. Great.
Yeah, you can
We'll
figure
put
it
you in
out."
charge of this."
Well, also, I gotta say, it was pitched to us like this toolkit. It's like plug and play. It's gonna be like you don't need coding experience, but it's guys who write code that are telling you that. So it's like it's not
It's easy to them.
It's not like meant for an idiot artist like myself or Antonio. It's meant for a smart artist like Dylan.
Well, it's weird. Like,
No, it's true. It's absolutely true. Have you watched Mad Men?
Yes.
Well, Dylan is the guy that's like, oh, VR is gonna be awesome. Like the guy that's heading the TV department.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So are you the one drinking at lunch?
oh well, always. But I think that's all of the studio. But I'm pretty sure that like the way this happened is I started off doing all the art assets for like 2 weeks. I was just drawing things in Tiltbrush, and then we started using the VR toolkit that Tiltbrush had made for us.
Yeah, so tell me about this VR toolkit that Tiltbrush made for you.
It's this thing that's supposed to be just really easy to use. You bring in your assets from Unity and you just start animating them around.
Okay.
But again, it was kind of designed from a coder's perspective. So we
And we
started
were
using
using a beta,
Yeah, and it was just like-
really like an alpha version of this thing. Yeah.
There's like something before alpha,
Yeah,
and that's what we were using.
Yeah.
There's zero.
Yeah, so we got like a week into trying to use this thing, and Chris is like, "We're gonna need somebody to learn how to code. Dylan, you're young. You can
Yeah.
pick up new skills."
You can do it.
And so then then I stopped doing any assets.
We used youth as an argument.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's a good card to make someone do something. You're like, well, you're young. You're not
got
gonna
green
prove yourself,
eyes.
kid.
You don't
No,
have a
but
family.
seriously, you gotta find somebody with the drive to do it. And that guy worked day and night.
Yeah.
I don't know how we would have done it without him.
How long
Wait, I hear the music. Are we
is
gonna get in
that?
trouble?
Are we gonna get? What is
Yeah, I
it?
heard it.
Oh man,
That was,
I
I heard it
beats
for
too.
a little bit. That was like the first few notes. I don't know if you guys can hear that out in streaming land, but forget that you heard it.
All right. You know what?
But
Let's show it.
all right,
Let's show it to me.
Neat.
We're gonna show it to you.
look
in
at that.
this
Did you just make
reality.
that up off the cuff?
Why not?
Clever. That was clever.
I did make it over the cuff.
You
Yeah,
did.
We're gonna show
Look at that.
it.
You're good
to
at this.
me. We're gonna show it to you, to everyone.
All right. Now, is it gonna go on that TV set?
This one, no, it's playing that out there though.
Oh, neat.
I see it over there.
Look at them in mixed
Well,
reality.
Do you want to do commentaries on that?
Do we get to sing the song now?
Oh, yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Are we still going? Are we still live? We are still live?
All right.
Oh, so we're doing music next.
I wish I would have
Show it
listened to
to
the
me.
music more. Yeah, I feel like I don't have like the right musical support for this one.
Oh, I've got too much of the musical support for it.
Joey, come on.
That's how
Play
song
your
goes.
piece here.
Oh man, where are we in the song? I think we're at like a pre-chorus
It looks
now.
great in mixed reality. Are you guys seeing this right now? Can you see what it looks like? It looks crazy.
It does look really cool.
You're in it. You're inside of it.
He's in a car.
Driving the car.
He's driving a car.
Oh,
He's in the
He's
car.
driving a car with the demon lady. I love it.
Whoa. What's happening? He
Oh
knows
my
how to
gosh.
finger
Crazy
paint.
souls
He
in
can do
there.
finger paint.
Is he gonna finger paint?
He can do finger
Come
paint.
on, finger paint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. And then you can do it with your other hand. Looks even different.
It looks like a roller coaster.
It kind of is. It was all like we started off with this design that you were like on a dance floor.
Yeah.
And then we quickly were like, oh, this is really boring. What else can we do? And so we started making the dance floor move.
Okay, so then you made a moving dance floor.
And then we're like, well, why don't we just drop the dance floor and just make crazy stuff happen for the entire time?
Oh, nice.
Crazy stuff and more stuff.
So where did
That
you
seemed
come
to be
up-
the note. Just
what
keep
was
putting
the,
more stuff in there.
Just do more weird stuff.
I mean, that was pretty much it, right?
All of
That
those
was
notes
good.
were like our progress.
Yeah.
And Chris just started writing more on a lot of post-it notes and just sticking them onto the wall.
Really making it easy for him, huh?
Just more. Yeah.
More
Just
stuff.
more. You know what? Turn it up. What does that mean?
Turn it up is actually much easier to figure out than more.
Yeah, no, that's true. More is very amorphous.
Yeah, but more, but not of these.
Dude, that not as good as the first one. I gotta
It was
say,
a bad pun.
pretty good.
It was a bad
pretty
pun.
good.
So what
I
was
give
some
that
of
one
your
a 6 out of 10.
inspiration
The other
for
one
the
was a
visuals?
Solid
The
10.
visuals, well, I think for most of the assets that made it into the final version, that was all Chris and Antonio just drawing the things that they like to draw. Because I was busy like learning what
So like
code meant.
demons.
And yeah, so
Yeah,
Chris
I drew
does
like
awesome
demons.
You did the
demons.
demons.
And he did cool
And he does,
cars
like,
and,
awesome cars,
and cool
buildings.
buildings.
Okay.
And yeah, a lot of what I did was kind of just bridging the gap between the two
Yeah.
things. So I was like, okay, well, if they've got cars and
Right.
demon chicks, let's put the demon chick inside of the car.
Yes.
Things like that.
Yes.
I did all the writings.
Who did the knives? Where did the knives come from?
Oh, I think I actually did the knives.
You did
did
the
the
knives.
knives.
The
The
did
knives
the
were
knives.
So
cool.
that's the bridge between
Yeah,
There you
demons
go.
and cars or knives.
Yeah, it's like the key
Dylan
that you
Is that the
loves
right
stabbing.
equation?
That guy loves stabbing so much.
I just wanted to.
He's a stab
See,
fan.
The
Yeah,
first
yeah.
version of this
Yeah.
we made, there was like this weird feature where you were just like picking up feet and knives off the
Yeah.
ground and dropping them. Feet and knives.
Because you had a foot.
I had a foot.
Oh.
You already had a foot.
You're sitting next to him. It's your
I
problem.
know,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm getting nervous about my feet now.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, does he have any
Watch
knives?
out, he'll
No,
stab
they
him.
wouldn't let me
He'll
bring
chop
any
him
knives
right
in
off.
here.
Did they
Yeah.
check you?
Yeah, they
Oh,
did.
I told him to make you go
Yeah.
through a metal
So that there's
detector.
gonna be some redhead guy. Check him for knives.
It's
He's
not
a little unstable.
He's a chop
He's
off
gonna be
your
looking at
feet
your
so you
feet
can
the
fit you in the
entire
box.
So then how long did it take from the concept and you're like, okay, we need to animate something, right? So that was like
About 3
in August.
hours.
Stop.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
it
was
was a
one
weird thing
really
'cause
late night.
we didn't really have a schedule. We were like, at first we were like, what can we do in a week? And
Yeah.
then we realized,
And at the
oh,
end-
that's impossible. And then
Well,
up
no,
being like
every
3
week
months.
it felt very possible. So it was like the end of the week we go, okay, no, we do need to do one more week.
Yeah.
No, I think
so it ended up being like 3 months,
Yeah,
even
something
though
like that.
it was week to week, because we kept at the end of the week we were
We
like,
had a deadline.
all right, is it done? Oh yeah. Well, what ended up happening was we submitted to South by Southwest. It was a very rudimentary test, and then we got in, so we're
Yeah.
like, oh, I guess we got to finish it
We
now
gotta make it
to be
now.
in the
Well,
South
shoot,
by
now we have to
Southwest.
deliver it.
And they loved it. We got a lot of good feedback
You
from
guys
South
had
by.
amazing feedback
It
at
It
South
got
by.
moved. It got moved ahead of South by, and you spent a week straight at the studio, like trying to finish it,
Oh, yeah.
and it wasn't working. And you got a call, being like, "Hey, it's not gonna be ready anyway to
Yeah.
show." So we were like, we got like a little bit more time, which was the necessary step for you to finish
yeah.
it. Yeah, and get another
There were a lot of
seat,
times
too.
where we were like putting the blame on other people, where they'd call to me like, we can't do it this week, and we were like, oh man, we were so ready this week.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Too
you guys
bad.
are the hold up.
You guys missed
Exactly.
out.
So this was really like your first kind of like
My
VR
first
project.
VR coding, anything in that spectrum, it was the first of all of that. Yeah.
So that kind of speaks pretty highly to the Tiltbrush tool set.
Oh,
You know what I
definitely.
mean?
Yeah, because Tiltbrush is just such an intuitive
Yeah,
thing already.
yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
you grab these
Yeah.
little headsets and hand things,
Yep.
and all of a sudden you're painting in 3D space, and you're like, oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Like you understand it immediately.
Totally.
Kids can go in it and they start like
Yeah.
drawing domes over their heads.
Yeah.
People know when I was at John, the guy who caught me when I fell off the stage. Right?
John the hero.
He's the guy. He tests every function. He's the guy setting up Tiltbrush. In the beginning, he was like the sole guy setting it up. So when we went up there for our artist in residency, you know, I was talking to John, and he's like, you know, it's kind of like a universal thing. Everybody understands how to use it. And when people go in there, they always draw the same thing when
Right.
you get them in there. And he's like, the first thing that people draw, and I was like, a penis, right?
Absolutely.
And he's like, no, their name. They write their name. And I was like, oh, well, at the animation studio, everybody draws a penis.
So I always say the same thing, and I say about 10% of people immediately draw a penis in space.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
And everyone else like kind of draws their name. So it
Yeah.
sounds like that 10% is all
They're all animation
in
artists.
Titmouse.
That's
Yeah.
actually just the way you apply. Is you send in a resume, and if you have anything on your resume other than just a drawing of a penis, you don't get
You're
hired.
out.
Actually, that's probably true.
Maybe you could draw your name in like a penis font.
You know what? It sounds like you have
Check off.
to. You should let HR roll that out.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea,
Yeah.
especially in the state of California. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys, for
Hey,
sitting
thank
down and
you.
chatting with us. Next up, we have Pictionary, abstract Pictionary. So stay tuned for lots more fun with the very amusing Titmouse crew.
Cool.
Cool. You guys.
Us?
Thank you.
awesome.
Yeah.
Is it still
That's so great.
streaming?
It's so great. Like all that was all your stuff. That was great.
For some
Is it
reason,
still
yeah.
streaming?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
You know, I don't do everything. Yeah. It just happened.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened like that.
That's pretty cool.
Antonio just likes to take credit. He actually didn't do any of
No, I
it.
didn't.
He's like,
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah. That's true.
All right. Stay tuned for Pictionary, guys.
Is it still streaming?
Not a square.
Hey guys, all right, we are back for an extra special game. All of us love Pictionary, virtual reality Pictionary, right?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
I do.
So we are gonna play a super special round of Titmouse versus Tiltbrush, Tiltosaurus. Try saying that fast 5 times. I already have a tongue twister. So it's gonna be these guys versus us ladies. Everyone's gonna have 3 minutes each with some pretty crazy, fun, abstract prompts. So everyone's like feeling ready?
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous because that will show how bad we are at drawing.
No.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a
The
really
entire
telling
studio's
moment.
Yeah, we've been
And-
pretending for too long. Yeah.
Hey, I'm excited to see what you come up with. So we
Okay.
have our drawer in mixed reality. We're gonna have 3 minutes on the clock, and may the better drawer win. All right, Chris, you all ready over there?
It's reality.
Let's do it.
Reality.
Mixed reality, Tiltosaurus, VR Pictionary. Let's hit it. Ready, set, go, Chris.
Wait,
It's a
I can't
whiteboard. It's a square.
It's a square.
It's like a
You're
panel.
hiding it.
Eric.
Oh. It's a red square.
It's the feeling of anger.
Wow.
Oh my God. It's a profile.
Silhouette.
Also, if anyone
like-
is watching from the live
It's,
stream, feel free to comment what you think this is.
Yeah, we want to hear
Baldness.
from you guys, because I personally
We might need
have
some help.
no idea, but
Of
I think the
football
Titmouse guys
player.
might need some social media help.
I think
Can
we
you
need some
hear
help,
us,
you
by the
guys.
way?
Help them out. Let's
No,
get
you
some
can't.
ideas.
If you
I
yell
don't know.
loud enough.
A man. An angry man. It's me,
Mustache.
Antonio. The super ego
Oh,
coming
wow.
out. Oh wow, that's
an
Stalin.
asterisk.
Lenin?
Oh, wow.
Russia? What is he drawing?
That's
Russia, communism.
Communism! Ding, 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 ding. We don't have sound effects, so we need to make the sound effects. But I don't know why I was clapping, because that means you guys got a point. All right, they got it. I was just showing some support. Hell yeah. Chris, why don't you go ahead and clear that sketch? We're gonna
Oh my
have.
God.
It's beautiful
It's
though.
beautiful.
Let's just all
Save
take
it,
a
or
minute,
save
and we're gonna send Ashley up there representing the Tiltbrush gals. And Chris, my friend, it's time for you to take the headset off and join us on the couch. You're gonna be going from drawer
when
to
he comes over
guesser.
here and he sits down on that couch, is he then on your team or is he still on our team?
He's still on your team.
Yeah.
We just
So
are
So
going to
we're
play a little
gonna
bit of a
scooch
musical
over,
chair
so he'll sit
situation.
here.
Just all squish.
It'll be like a
Big family.
one person will come in, the other person will go out,
That
kind of a
sounds
thing.
good, yeah.
So
Nice.
Ashley, if you want to cruise on up,
Yeah,
and Chris,
Hey, wait,
Yep.
your mic. Oh,
yep, I'm gonna give you this mic here.
You're gonna sit in my seat. You become the me.
Okay,
oh, that's perfect.
and plug that mic on there, Chris, so we can hear what you're saying. But even though we're on the same couch, we're not on the same team.
What?
So
I thought it was
this-
couch versus couch. That's
All right,
why
now
I
I'm
was
wearing
so
a mic.
confused earlier.
it's Titmouse
mic's real
versus
fancy.
Tiltbrush.
Hit
So-
couch versus tilt.
Really?
Yeah.
Tilt couch.
Just
I'm gonna
Tilt
do this.
brush.
Just scream
Say
the
that
whole
7
time.
times.
This is how I'm going to hold this
Tiltmouse.
mic.
I like
Yeah,
that.
here.
Yeah.
Mouse.
Too confused.
I can do a mic
Yeah.
drop.
Hey,
you
that
guys.
was a pretty sweet piece, by the way.
Yeah,
Thanks.
You were like,
Yeah.
you had a vision there, initially, and just like,
Yeah.
I would have done the
I kind
hammer
of thought
and
that
the
was like the
sickle, but-
kernel
Yeah,
from
but
KFC.
I was thinking
for a
about that, but
second.
it just would have been Russia, I think, right? I guess that's on everybody's flag. Yeah. Whatever.
You're right. No, that was smart. I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would have done actually. I would have panicked.
I would have.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like-
hammer and sickle and that
Like a
would've been it.
beautiful portrait of Che Guevara.
Yeah.
Could've gotten
I
real
was like,
political there for a
Lenin's pretty easy. Lenin's
That
got an
was-
easy
I think
silhouette.
you saw me try to draw Garfield. And,
You nailed
We would
that.
do this thing where we try to draw like
You have to think
known,
about it really
known
hard.
characters from memory.
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to
It's
draw
so
Pikachu
hard.
if you don't draw him every day? We're like, how's Pikachu work?
you did
again?
really good though.
Yeah.
Mine was really,
Yours was
really
super
bad.
disturbing Pikachu.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was amazing.
I hope we saved
It was
that.
different. Yeah.
Well, I was drawing more. You know, Pikachu used to be a lot fatter.
Oh,
now he's
good.
like really
How
fit.
did he lose the weight?
Like if you look
Pokemon
at like
Go.
a 97
He's got
abs.
Pikachu versus
Yeah,
a
so
2017
he got in shape.
Pikachu.
Good for him.
You know what I'm
Pressing
talking
a lot
about?
now.
You know that, right? Pikachu now. He's
I think
real
it's from-
fucking
He lost a lot of
slim.
weight?
That's like
Wow.
Pokemon
Very,
Going.
very,
What's his secret?
very
Pokemon Going.
slim.
He's running around cities.
All right,
I guess
Ashley's
so.
getting all
Yeah.
hooked up there.
Woo!
Ashley is an awesome artist too,
Mixed
so like
reality.
we've got this in the bag, Blair.
I'm so excited.
Okay, Team Tiltbrush, Ashley,
All right, we
make
don't
us
get some-
proud over there.
Where do you look?
I'm still gonna
We gotta look
guess.
at this
We're
screen
looking right
over
over
here.
at the screen over
Yeah,
there.
Oh, she's
but
getting
the
some
folks
brush
at home
options.
can
Hey,
see it in
what about-
mixed reality.
What about the
Hey,
fact
you're
that-
distracting me, Antonio.
Sorry.
Love,
Oh no,
Love,
no,
emotion.
no, way too easy.
Valentine's Day.
just
Cupid.
passion,
Coloring a heart.
and just sweet, beautiful heart that is pink.
Communism.
It can't be
Pretty
this
sure it's
simple as
communism.
love.
Hey, we're not
This
allowed
is
to
just-
guess.
Yeah, I heard that this list that the
Oh,
prompts came from
love.
was love plus
Plus, it can't be. Dun dun
dun dun dun dun dun
dun dun
Dun,
dun.
dun.
Guys, we need like sound effects here. Dun,
Okay.
dun
And,
dun.
Ooh, is that a
I-
boombox?
Love,
That looks like something mechanical.
love,
It's too bad she can't be like,
Mach-
oh, you're
love
so
I
close.
like
machinery.
this.
Oh,
machine,
love
machine,
machine.
love machine,
Love
hearts,
machinery.
emotion, emotional love,
I bet you it's
don't
James Brown.
Compassion.
compassion,
Machine.
emotion,
Empathy.
empathy,
Empathy machine!
What?
What is that?
Ow.
That is a tough one.
Hey, give me
That's
an
a-
easy one.
that's a
You're
tough
going
one.
next.
That,
Yeah, Oh,
it's
man.
actually a buzzword.
It's a,
Yeah.
Really?
little
I
bit
would
of a
not
buzzword.
know.
What is it?
I mean, she was
I'm
sort of
gonna
like,
say
we're
that that
not
was-
on compassion.
We're screwed.
that was definitely
No.
Oh
Well,
my God!
I'm glad
Hey,
I got, I'm
I
glad I
mean-
got communism.
please go easy on me. Yeah.
nice work.
Great
nice
job.
work.
I never would have known how
You
to do that
nailed
one.
communism.
Yeah.
All right, so hey, nice
Yeah, good
job,
job.
out there.
Uh,
Killing it.
highly
So-
successful. I'm high-fiving you even though
Dylan?
you're on
Dylan.
my competing team.
Don't
Dylan,
let
you're on.
us
And
Do
then
I
you
now sit?
jump on the
Okay,
si-
you sit where he sits.
We're just,
All
we're
right.
kind of, we're strapped to our mics, so we,
Gotcha.
but we
Right on.
know whose team everyone's on. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
so.
It's like,
I think it's
it's pretty obvious.
Hey, you guys,
like,
it's
who's
tied.
on what team here?
Can we,
you know,
can we talk about how it's tied?
why?
it's tied.
It's tied.
It is tied.
And both of those were done,
What?
like figured
Tied.
out in
This
less
is
than
getting-
a minute 30.
I feel the heat. I
How,
mean,
how are we gonna?
We got to pay attention, man. It's
You guys-
abstract concepts.
Can you see the screen?
I can't see it.
Eric,
Yeah.
Yeah, you just want to.
All right, we're gonna have him clear this sketch.
All
Dylan,
right.
are you ready?
It's on.
Ish.
You
Dylan,
gotta
All right.
clear it.
Dylan,
You gotta
you're
clear
gonna
it.
get
You
that
gotta clear
word
it.
out
Turn
of there.
around.
Yeah.
Turn around.
Empathy
Alright.
machine.
All right,
Dun dun
dun dun.
dun.
Ready,
Dun
set,
dun
and
dun
go.
dun 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 dun
That was good.
dun dun.
Working the jaw.
Dinosaur, eyeball, head,
I'm on the edge
baseball
of my seat.
cap,
Saturn.
Saturn.
It's a dude.
Somebody learned a thing or two in their astronomy class.
Yeah, wow.
That's
Wait, you're giving them
a,
hints. No hints.
That's a, whoa.
It's a dude with hula
That's,
hoop.
ooh, that's
So
a
hard
guy
not to
that's,
guess.
I know.
Oh
snowman,
yeah,
that's
it's because
a-
you know
Thoughts
what
to
it
yourself,
is.
Izzy. Thoughts
I
to
actually
yourself.
don't.
That's a Russian nesting doll.
What?
Wait,
Russian
really?
nesting doll. Yeah.
What?
It's a Russian nesting
Oh, no,
doll.
I
Clearly.
remember.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
How did you get that?
It's very clearly a Russian nesting doll.
Oh my
guys.
God. I
guess you're
We're
right.
not cheating.
A matryoshka?
I trust you.
No, I'm actually not cheating.
Is that what it's
No.
called?
Good. That's
Yeah.
good.
Wait,
How did
Wow.
you guess?
Dylan.
Because of the way he drew it perfectly.
I mean, are you like telepathically communicating with Dylan? Like,
That was it, right?
I swear
Yeah.
we didn't know.
That
They didn't
explains,
know
that
ahead of
explains
time.
the more note that you
Yeah.
left and you knew what it meant. Yeah, okay.
I'm so impressed right now.
This is spooky.
Wait, Dylan, could we have you
Yeah.
ask
That was
a
pretty.
little?
I did not
I mean,
guess.
that was pretty crazy.
I was far from it.
Was it the form?
Yeah,
Like how he did
drew,
the...
he drew the one head and then another bigger
I was
head.
gonna go
and
to
then
Magic
another bigger head.
Johnson.
Like there's
Yeah.
successive.
Like, yeah, just
Natural
explore.
segue.
Yeah, naturally,
Good.
that's
Good way to
a
do
Russian
it.
nesting doll.
All right, Blair.
Oh, am I up?
After Dylan.
All
Blair is
right.
also a talented
go.
artist.
Do it, Blair.
Nice.
Wow.
Hey, good job, Dylan.
Dylan.
I did not get it,
I mean, I'm holding my hands behind my back so I don't clap.
Oh, you're not supposed to clap?
No, because he's on the other, you know. Or it's like it's a really
'Cause what?
intense competition right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rivals.
Because we are
Yeah.
supposed to hate
Ready?
each
Yeah,
other.
we're like
You
the
guys
two
are
football teams.
dumb and not good.
Hey, you're dumb and not good. Dylan, you get this fancy schmancy mic.
Good job, man.
That was,
Good job.
I don't know,
was killer,
I don't
yeah.
know actually, because I couldn't tell, but.
All right, Blair, make us proud in there.
Come on, girl.
I want to see the magic you're going to come up with here.
What could
All
it be?
right, I'm literally on the edge of my seat. All right, I'm going to start the timer now. Hit it. This looks like. Oh, is that a? Is that, those are feet. Those are
feet and
legs
legs. Yep,
and big
yep.
toes. And that's a toenail, nail fungus. Like you stub your toe and then it just looks horrible. Shoes.
Shoes.
Okay. Socks. Is that blood?
Slipper.
Are these Crocs? Okay, sort of like
Sandals,
Crocs, like
slippers.
Keds. You know, Keds and Crocs. Okay,
Let's see. All right, what's next?
We're gonna need a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, these are getting accentuated
socks?
Crocs.
I think you're on something with the toe fungus.
Toe fungus.
Toe fungus sounds
Like
That
ingrown
was-
toenail that has spread to be a
Stop
horrible,
helping that dude.
horrible
Yeah.
affliction to your feet.
What's happening?
Wait.
I can't.
I mean, those feet are those. Does those feet even have skin? Oh.
There we go. Okay.
Oh.
Sneakers.
Sneakers.
Sneakers?
Converse. Dancing shoes.
Snow.
Is this laces?
toe
Shoelaces.
Shoelaces.
Velcro shoes.
Toe shoes.
The
Okay.
kind of shoes that you'd get bullied for in high school.
Toe
The
shoes.
tip
Toe
of your
shoes?
shoe?
I don't know. Toe shoes, man.
Like
Do they have a better name?
flats? Toe
I think
shoes.
Eric's totally cheating.
I don't know.
Is
what
that
toe
like
shoes
in
are.
ballet or something?
No, they're like those sneakers that you see people wear around Silicon Valley.
Oh,
with the toes.
toe socks.
No, I already said toe socks.
Damn.
I went to toe socks
Yeah.
already.
It's close though. It's the actual brand.
Close.
Oh, I don't know what the
Oh.
brand name is. I just see them.
So do we get like half a point for that,
that
or
a
is that like
0.5?
0.75 of a point?
Is that a 0.5?
All right, what was it, Eric?
Yeah, enlighten me. What are they called?
Vibram 5 fingers. Wow, I would
Oh,
have
wow.
never had that actual.
Yeah, that was
That's a
like
I would never guess.
I would've
Sorry.
said-
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't even if I got that.
I would have been amazed at
That
myself
was
for
a tough
having such a
Yeah,
deep
yeah.
knowledge of
Okay,
brand
Blair,
names.
that was some knockout work
I
back
want to
there.
ask.
Really good content.
I know. How does that come up?
Hey,
Like, no, who's picking the words? Because it seems pretty random.
yeah, that's
They're
the
getting
idea.
harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're going branded
sounds good.
content.
All right, Antonio,
Branded
you're up.
content.
All right.
D-Mike.
Demiking.
Thanks to Vibram 5 toes.
Yeah, where?
They're sponsored.
Was that a
Yeah, this was not sponsored by them, just
Yeah,
in
no-
case the
no
people at home
correlation
were
between
wondering.
brands.
Blair, you did great work up there. Those
That's rough.
toes.
Yeah. That is a gnarly one. I'm not gonna lie. Come hang. Good job, Blair.
Antonio, face the corner when you draw too. It's easier for us to
All
see
right.
it that
Yeah,
way.
that's fair.
This mic gets heavy. I don't know how Blair was doing it.
You guys, that was.
So what's the score right now? Are we tied again?
No, I think we got a half point, man.
Okay,
So
so we're like,
we're
all right.
It's all on
we're
Antonio
lagging
now. He's got to
behind.
keep our
Lagging
streak going.
behind.
Well, I
Yeah.
guess on us to guess it.
No,
You guys seen people with those toes?
I have all around Silicon Valley.
Really?
Have you ever been guilty of wearing socks
Yeah,
and
they're
sandals?
really intense.
No, but I do wear
They're
soft
very
toes.
visceral.
Interesting.
I don't know how to feel on.
I own a pair of Teva flip-flops.
maybe
So,
I used to do Teva.
Sorry, Phil.
all right, are we ready to rock and roll here? Antonio, I'm starting the clock, and boom.
Let's do it.
Dun, dun,
Did he hear
dun,
you?
Dun, 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 dun.
Start drawing.
Go,
Go.
dun, dun. Go, Antonio,
Nothing,
go.
yes.
Dun, 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 dun,
Palm
dun,
tree.
dun.
Lightning bolt. AC/DC.
Now, what we've learned is it cannot
Electricity.
be that obvious.
Electrical hazard.
Rain.
Electrical hazard. Stereoscopic.
That was
3D.
that was a good guess.
Neon.
Dun, dun, dun.
Geometric shapes.
think I know.
Yannick,
Yeah,
it's a word.
I think I know what it is.
depressing shapes.
Yeah.
I think I know what it is.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think
I want to
they're
stay
getting
harder.
Wowee.
What is he drawing?
What's that
What
side?
is he
Cameraman, go around him
You
a
gotta
little
see what that
bit.
thing
We
is.
can't see what. No, the other way.
Oh,
There we go.
oh,
Okay,
Dinosaur
well-
Thunder.
Oh, yeah, dinosaur.
That's my
Is
band's
Is that a
name.
guy with a mohawk?
Mohawk?
Yeah, it's got
Punk rock?
some greatest hits.
Punk lightning?
Got it?
Punk? Give us a thumbs up if we're going close.
Mohawk Thunder shape.
Yeah, mohawk lightning.
That's beautiful.
Mohawk,
When you say it like that.
That's a good band
punk
name.
rock.
Yeah.
Undershape.
Yeah.
Punk,
I was gonna name my band that.
Firework.
Tree,
I'm at a loss.
Miami,
I know a lot of.
All right, all right.
80s
I know
graphic
what it is.
design. I said 80s graphic design. What? Graphic design. 80s iconography. The 80s.
Yay! Who would have
Well, that
thought?
one's
I
pretty
had
broad.
that. I had the
80s.
All right.
Shapes.
I'm gonna go up.
Yeah.
And
That's
one
very,
more.
very broad.
That's pretty broad.
Do we want this to be sudden death round?
I think we're a half point behind.
We're a half point
Maybe
Well, you
that's
gotta-
just
you
because
gotta
we're
win.
gonna lose
Oh, wait, no,
again.
You gotta win.
Wait, didn't they just? They got 3 for 3.
Yeah, and we're behind.
So this can be
You're behind by 1.5.
sudden death. Yeah, I was gonna say we're really behind.
Wait, we're behind by 1.5?
All
You
right.
didn't guess it.
No,
I
just
gotta
point
go up
five.
there and
Well,
draw.
it depends.
That was the
Well,
one we
well,
got.
it depends
You guys
on
then we
it
can
depends
work
on
it
how
out.
Izzy does. If Izzy gets 1, it's 0.5.
There
If
it
she
is.
blows it, it's 1.5.
Oh man,
Yeah.
changing the
All right,
rules.
you guys, I'm gonna do one and then we're gonna do sudden death round.
Do
Okay.
it. I'm ready.
Sounds good. Oh, I guess it means we're the artists on the sudden death.
Yeah,
Does that mean like 2 minutes or 1 man leave? Is that
I think
gonna
it's
be
don't
like
know.
30 seconds.
It's lightning round. You have to actually throw the handsets between people.
Oh yeah, oh it's perfect.
That sounds great. That's ready. I guess we're gonna like do some fisticuffs in VR.
It just breaks down into an actual brawl.
That'd be hilarious and awful.
This is gonna be an easy one.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You're setting me up
Easy
for
one.
you're setting me up for disappointing you.
Are we ready?
Let's see.
Yeah, knock it
ready.
out.
Yep.
Sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. No, okay.
So we're still not
better
guessing
not be
here,
Venus.
right?
No, you guys
Happiness.
can just be peanut
Smiley
gallery
face.
watching. Smiley face.
Because
happy.
it seems like you guys need help, so,
Whoa.
right?
We're
Try
gonna like just.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna turn my back here. All right, we got
Okay.
people, happiness. We really we need a little bit more.
Lots of happiness.
Is there a focus?
Oh, somebody's moving the stage.
Okay.
Oh.
Happy face. I don't know.
Oh, is this like the Teletubby
Smiley face?
smile? No, not the. Do you know what I'm talking about? The Teletubby smiling sunshine? No. Okay. Izzy, could you scale that to your right?
Thank you.
Move it to your right. Yeah. Oh,
Emojis!
emojis!
Oh.
Totally
It was the
knew
heart
I
emoji.
couldn't see
As soon
the
as she
poop.
drew a
I
piece
just
of poop,
realized. Yeah, I
I knew it.
couldn't see that. I couldn't see the.
That was a good
dark brown.
one. I got it way before they did.
Oh,
I didn't see it.
I couldn't
I couldn't see the
on
poop.
I
that.
did see
Yeah.
something slightly racist.
I've got a real good eye for poop. Can always spot poop.
Yeah.
So proud
It's
of
a
you.
good talent.
I'm
It's a
really
great
excited.
talent. Great
He's got
talent.
actually has a great eye for poop. He grew up in
Lightning round.
Paris.
Oh, yeah,
He's
yeah.
got like the radar for poop.
Chris, I think you're
Oh, I better take this off.
Pretty
huh?
good.
gonna.
Chris, we're gonna need you up there for a sudden death round.
Sudden
Dun
death.
dun 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 dun.
We got 30 seconds.
This is worth 5
30
points.
That's rough.
5 points?
Should we do a minute?
Yes, and you're only gonna have 2.2 seconds. I mean, 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Pretty messed up.
All right.
Let's do it.
And this is gonna be the last one.
Wait, how do we do this? How about whoever gets this one gets this
Dylan
one?
doesn't. Oh, you have a mic.
I got a mic now.
Good, good.
Yeah.
I
We're
do have
making
a
it
mic.
up as we go. Yeah, keep the hat on. Wait, Izzy, how about whoever gets this one?
All right.
we
Well, yeah.
guess?
Whoever gets this
That team
wins.
wins the
You guys can't
marbles.
benefit off of Chris's
We're gonna benefit.
experience.
Because this is how we roll.
It's all gonna depend on the prompt.
That's fair.
That new Vive thing fits over his hat. It's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
good.
it's a
Well, I just
great.
realized he isn't
new
there.
piece of
what it's
technology.
meant for.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
All right.
All right,
Right.
Chris. I was happy to get the 80s because I'm like,
All right, Claire.
all right.
Do it.
You
Go
guys,
for it. Yeah. All right, we're all
Ready, Freddy, go.
Dude.
Oh,
Vampire.
Hey, could you
Angry
move?
man.
sir,
Kyle.
Kyle, we're gonna need you to move.
Cornholio. Cornholio.
Death.
The Grim Reaper in.
Cornholio.
Oh, okay, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know. I feel like
Twitter, what do you think? Who got it?
Who's Cornelio?
It seems like we have come to a sudden standstill.
All
Who do
right,
we think won?
Let's do another one if there's confusion.
Yeah. Let's do one more. Let's do one more. That was.
Instant replay.
do we have an instant replay? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We need the instant replay. Yeah. All right. We're gonna do one more, Chris.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna do one more.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. All right, so I guess.
That's right.
All right. I guess we got Ashley.
Sorry, it's been about 20 years.
VR gear. Share a picture of the expo on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram with the hashtag
Keep the hat.
VRLA2017. Then just stop by the VRLA merch booth at the entrance to the expo hall to show us your post. You'll be entered in the raffle. Winners are announced at 4 p.m. You must be present to claim your prize.
No.
No, I've heard about that. There's a raffle.
Thank you.
Wait, who's Cornholio?
I feel like that was a setup.
That was.
Yeah. It's
That was
it's Beavis and Butthead.
All right,
Oh,
Ashley. Make us proud here.
Yeah, make us proud.
Dun dun
Dun dun
dun dun
dun dun.
dun 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 dun.
Oh, it's way easier to see from here.
Yeah, we got a good vantage point. All
Uh,
right,
mushroom.
burger, fingers.
Basketball
a hat.
head.
A hat.
Everybody guessing now?
Yeah, we're all just going for
We're all. This is a
haircut.
free for all. Redhead.
A bowl cut.
The Wendy's
Haircut.
girl.
Could
it.
we
Wendy's
face
girl.
the-
Ooh, that'd be good.
All right.
A sad basset hound in the making.
Ooh, basset hound. That's nice.
Oh.
A lady.
Okay, this is a perfect.
Daria!
Oh.
Yeah, I figured because it was.
Of the haircut.
They did
Yeah.
the
Oh, yeah,
other
because you went
ones.
to be
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
did we win?
All right. Well, I mean,
I think we all won. I
No
think
denying
everybody
that we have a
won.
winner here.
I think we won.
Ladies
I think
and
we all
gentlemen,
won.
Wait.
the Titmouse dudes.
We all
We
won.
should give you
winners.
one that only you guys know, you know?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Based on your
everyone
Google
had a
search
fair and
or...
fighting
Oh,
chance.
the alarm is
but,
really going off
good.
right
you
now.
guys.
Here, you want to?
There's a nice noise.
Oh,
All right, time for one
There we
more.
go.
guys.
We
I
did
got
it.
some exciting news.
What?
It's not over.
Yeah.
We're gonna play another round.
All right, nice.
All right. Do we want to
Who goes
switch
next?
it up? That team
Sure.
versus this team?
Yeah. All right.
Let's do
We're,
it.
we're still gonna win.
Do we look really comfortable?
We're still gonna win.
Starting fresh. All right.
Do we look
Wow, I feel like
Pick
we've got a
another-
really strong team.
Do you need a mic?
Yeah. Team Antonio and Team Chris.
Team
All right.
Oh, all right.
Let's kick it off. I'll start drawing here. I'm gonna hand the mic over to you.
Pass the mic over this way.
Oh, we got lots of mics
All right.
flying around now. Quite the family on this little couch here.
Yeah, you guys want to spread now? Let's do it.
I know that's your couch, but I'm just, you know,
Wait,
for the
so-
purpose. Coming over to the better
Yeah.
Oh, am I sitting on?
Okay.
Here it is.
Sorry.
Yeah, hey, your mic is under you,
Oh, I think
Chris.
you're sitting on it.
We've got tons of mics.
No,
we
it's
got
under your
some
butt.
technical issues with the mics over here. No, that's
sitting on
no,
all
your
of
mic.
I'm just gonna.
You're sitting on your mic.
You're sitting on your mic.
Oh, it's right here.
I'm just gonna like.
Expert level.
These mics cost like $1,000 each. That's why I put it in my butt.
Okay, I'll try. Oh yeah,
It'll
we're
be
on.
fine.
Can you see?
Yeah, if I
Are you
like
good?
lean in on your-
Yeah, that's fine.
It's okay.
Like
No
Sheryl
worries.
Sandberg.
I'll just.
A latte. I'm just going. Yeah. A
McDonald's
coffee.
cup.
Communism.
Coffee bean and
McDonald's
tea leaf. They
cup,
give you
fries,
brands.
fries.
McDonald's.
Machine.
Fries. I know
McDonald's
you're not
chicken nuggets.
supposed to do it.
Chicken nuggets.
You're not.
Happy Meal.
Ronald
I'm
McDonald.
loving it. Eating chicken nuggets.
Technically, she
Yeah.
drew a
Oh,
letter.
obesity.
Yeah, she did draw a letter. This is true. But is it? But it's a logo. Burger.
Dipping sauce.
Ketchup.
Barbecue
sauce,
sauce.
ketchup,
Barbecue sauce.
barbecue sauce.
Sweet and sour.
I bet I know which one it is.
Ketchup cup.
You can guess.
Ah.
You can
That's
guess.
My God. Oh, death
Yeah, the Szechuan.
through dipping sauce.
Chris, there's lots of X's.
I can guess.
Yeah, we're all guessing.
Oh, we're all guessing?
I didn't
It's the
realize
Szechuan dipping sauce. Yeah, I knew it. I was just holding it back.
I was
It's clearly the
listening to it, we were all
Szechuan
guessing.
dipping sauce from 1998, the one that they discontinued, that everybody loves.
Came back.
I didn't
There's a
know
little
that.
throwbacks going on with these.
Clearly. See?
That is so specific. That was amazing.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you're so good at the.
You're on fire.
All right, guys.
You're on
I don't
fire.
know who won, but I think we're all winners here on these two couches plus
So we're
Izzy.
just all guessing now.
And I
That's
think
what
we're
doing. I
good.
like that.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay,
let's
I
guess.
like that.
Let's guess.
Totally more fun.
It's more
Let's
fun.
guess who won. Same thing.
Let's
No, all right.
leave it to the
Yeah.
people on
Yeah.
social media to determine who has
Yeah.
won.
All right.
Team Titmouse or Team Tiltbrush?
I think that became really confusing. I think Chris is the winner. You can guess anything from one line.
All right,
Yeah.
that's fair. We'll give it to Chris.
Yeah!
All right, thanks for joining us all. Stay tuned for more.
Tiltosaurus!
Tiltosaurus.
4, 3.
Hey guys, and welcome back to VRScout Live at VRLA, day 2, day 4. Like, how many fingers am I holding up? Today we're talking about HTC Vive and how creators are using it. So today I have with me my trusty co-host in corner number 1, Jesse Damiani from VRScout. We have JB McRee from HTC Vive, and then we have Adamorth from First Contact Entertainment, and we're going to be talking about his game called Rom Extraction. So JB, I'm going to go to you for this first question. Okay. Being the guy from HTC Vive, explain to our audience, maybe who have never had the opportunity to try the Vive, what is the HTC Vive?
Sure, so it's kind of always an interesting thing for me, especially at events like this, because most of the people here know VR, they know what Vive is, they may not have tried it, but they have a good understanding, so kind of communicating to them what it is different than other people. But what I would say is the most unique feature about Vive is being able to kind of get up and walk around the environment. So with most VR systems, traditionally you're going to sit down in a chair similar to this, or you're going to stand up, which Vive can do. What makes Vive really stand out is the ability to actually get up and walk around. And so when you're in an experience, if you have to navigate, walk out on a balcony in the experience or something like that, rather than relying on some unnatural form of input like a controller or something like that, you really just walk out like you've been doing since you were a child. So it's a very natural movement. And so it's that combination of those things that you do naturally that you're not thinking about that really allow you to feel really immersed in the experience and kind of buy into that illusion of it being real. And so that's why most people kind of argue that Vive is the most immersive virtual reality system.
I agree. When you're like actually being able to walk around in a virtual world, it does make it incredibly more realistic, right? Yeah. Vive is your favorite, I know that. I mean, it's my favorite. Yeah. What do you like playing on the Vive?
I mean, it's sort of a cliche answer at this point, but Tiltbrush. I mean, Tiltbrush being able to walk around and paint in 3D. I mean, obviously we have people performing.
It's kind of a good cliche, though.
Yeah, it's an amazing cliche. And if it's an amazing cliche, then it sort of like supersedes cliche being a bad thing.
Yeah. Totally. That's the thing I show everyone first in VR.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's your go-to first one. That's my first go-to one as well.
It's totally magic. I mean, I don't really see it surpassed yet. It's just...
I really haven't either. Like, for the sort of like very, very short on-ramp of educating people, you know what I mean? It takes 2 minutes to show someone the UI, and they can get started and jump in there and then walk around in that environment when you can walk around inside your painting with the Vive. That's unlike any other experience that you're able to get with Tiltbrush.
Yeah, I mean, I always talk about Tiltbrush. It's like Instagram, really. It's like everyone can really express themselves in it. Like, you take a photo on your phone and you alter it, and that's your expression. And anyone can do that. It makes anyone an artist. And when you pick up the controllers and you walk around the thing that you've created with the Vive, it's incredible. I mean, it's so empowering for people, and that's why I always use that to show the power of VR, and it knocks people out every time.
It's funny too, because people oftentimes when they get in Tiltbrush and they start to paint around, you're usually indicating to them at some point, try to walk around, and that kind of perspective shift when they walk, you can kind of see it in their face when they realize, oh wow, I can see things in 3D. It's like kind of
I can walk around my art,
around through. That's kind of a funny thing too, is when people paint, they draw something in front of themselves, and you say walk through it, it's an awkward feeling to walk through something, which in real life would prevent you from doing that.
And that's always the magic moment. When they realize that they can do that. And that's why the Vive is so great. Because
Adam, you're with First Contact Entertainment, and I know you guys are releasing a game called Rom Extraction. Totally awesome. And that's on the Vive. Will you tell us more about that game and perhaps how you specifically, because I know you did a drift, right? So you have a ton of experience in terms of developing for the virtual reality medium. And so as you are going through Rom Extraction and saying this is how, you're like, this is the only thing I can do, this is the only hardware that I can use for ROM extraction. Like, how did that process look like?
Well, first of all, with ROM, it's a really fast-paced arcade experience.
Right.
And we wanted to. It's focused around this mechanic of using the Vive. This is so hard to deal with.
You got to do that loud voice.
Yeah.
Just shout over him.
Yeah. He's always so excited, this guy, every year. I've been coming to VRLA since the first one.
He just gets more and more excited.
Every year, this guy.
Is it like a live announcer?
Yeah.
It has to be pre-recorded.
Yeah, it's a guy.
It's a guy live doing this?
Yeah, he used to do it out in the open. I don't know where he is now, but when it was really small, when it was like as big as this set, it was like he was just standing there, people were walking by, and he's doing it. So maybe he's upgraded to.
Yeah, well, his fans are gonna. They had to hide him up in a castle now, right?
Anyway,
so as you're developing
for ROM, it was really important. Using the motion controls around this mechanic of throwing and slowing down time and shooting. Throw, slow, shoot. That's our thing. And the Vive really empowered the player to move around in this. It's still a constrained area, but the game was elegantly designed to feature this area, and it's just more powerful when you have kind of things coming at you from all sides and you're trying to survive. And it's like, the power of presence in VR is magic, but when you can actually move around and feel what it feels like to be transported in that thing and do those physical activities, it's the best.
It's neat too in ROM because you oftentimes are dodging.
Yeah.
You're physically in order to live.
ROM is, in order to stay alive, you actually have to get down and take cover and things like that, and it's a really physical game, and it just feels epic when you're in there and you're interacting with the world. You're really part of it, and your physical body is doing things with your avatar on screen. It's amazing.
Well, and it makes it perfect at an event like this when you've got the mixed reality set up to see people ducking and dodging.
Yeah, it's we're just right over there. It's really cool to see like what we're looking at right now. It's you can't explain VR to someone really. Right. It's either put the headset on, but now we have mixed reality, and one of the things that we've been able to do with ROM specifically is really get people to understand that mechanic and that sense of place that you get with the Vive through videos. People being able to see it, it's like it makes our job easier because people can understand it without having to actually buy a headset.
It's neat too because you're leveraging things like that for trailers.
Sometimes
people go to a page, they look at a game, they look at screenshots, they read about it, but being able to show them what they would be like in that experience is something we're truly excited about.
You'd be here.
Yes.
You'd be right here.
Yeah, because there is, the fact that there is a relatively small addressable market at this point, right? So the way to get immersive content at scale is really utilizing mixed reality, and for us, the HTC Vive is the only hardware out there that it's possible with. And so by enabling creators to be making trailers, to be making sizzles, to be able to show people on a two-dimensional screen what that content looks like and what it feels like and what it looks like to be inside that virtual environment, it's really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, at an event like this, like we have a TV right next to our booth that's showing what the mixed reality is showing the person that you're looking at in the environment, and it's priceless for us because people can walk by and see it, and if you're unlucky enough to not have that, it's like, okay, well, everyone has a headset on, so I'll wait in line and maybe it'll be cool. Right? It's hard, but...
Well, do you notice that when you put a mixed reality screen outside your booth, there's a bigger line?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a line of people who aren't in line just watching the
There's
TV.
a line to get in the line.
Yeah.
It's like the Twitch effect.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And,
so yesterday we showed some ROM extraction. It was super fun.
Oh, cool.
And the viewers at home were all like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is so much fun. and we got Taryn Southern to jump in ROM extraction and get killed very quickly.
Yeah, it's a merciless game.
It is merciless.
Yeah.
I haven't played it yet. I really want to play it.
You should come by the studio sometime.
I know. Someone should invite me.
Yeah. Consider yourself invited.
I put you on the spot for that.
Yeah,
Let's put a camera in your face and I'll ask for an invite.
That's a really effective way to do it.
You can't say no.
Exactly. So JB, I want you to kind of tell everyone out there who is kind of wondering, like, how can I get a Vive? How can I start creating this? How can I sort of start getting into this community? Like, what would you suggest to be the best way to start getting involved or start looking to getting a PC, or maybe they already have a PC, but getting that equipment?
Yeah, so there's, I think, a couple of quick things that we try to do to support the developer community. One of which is just creating, bundle packages for both consumers and developers so that they can get in, they can get for a relatively inexpensive price. We actually have one going on with NVIDIA today over there, a GPU and a Vive, a 1070 for under $1,000.
How long is that going?
It's actually, that's a good question. I think it's probably just for today, so a short period of time.
So where can people go to?
We actually have a card over there. It's got the bit.ly link. So you
but everyone that's watching on the live stream, where can they go to get this deal?
Follow our social channels. It's on social right now.
Okay.
Go to HTC Vive on Facebook, and we should have the information there. But there's that. There's also, we have developer forums, so really trying to give people the information that they need to develop really cool, compelling content is there. My only suggestion would be get a chance to go see it. If you've seen it already, go grab one and just start creating with it.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, easy.
I'm looking at what George Peasley is doing over there in the mixed reality. And it looks like he's drawing some type of VRScout mountain environment. We're panning down, we have a tree, we have another tree, we have a roving bird's eye view of George's universe. George Peasley is one of my favorite virtual reality artists. He's one of my favorite Tiltbrush artists. And he has some really awesome work. Yesterday he was on the show and he created this black hole like in space. And I was like talking through it, and I kept like sticking my head through the black hole like a clown. But George is awesome. What is that? Is that that's
the Vive
VRScout.
logo.
Oh, you put the Vive
and the Vive
logo.
logo
Oh, that's
below.
cute. I love that. He's clearly doing it from memory as well.
I mean, he's getting it just right. He's
getting it just right. Putting the final details in the Vive logo.
Getting the angles.
Getting the angles just right. So JB, I wanted to ask you, what is HTC and Vive doing to kind of empower more creators? So I know you have HTC Studio, you have Vive Studios. You guys are investing in a lot of content. HTC Vive is doing so much in the industry to build the ecosystem, not just on the hardware side of things, but you also have Vive X that is funding things. You also have Viveport, right?
Yeah.
You also have, what's the other one? The studios that's actually empowering content creators.
Yeah, so we have the Vive X Accelerator, which we help to kind of find some people creating really cool things and help to drive their development forward, whether it be through funding or engineering support. We've got Viveport, which is kind of unique in that outside of Asia, Viveport houses primarily non-gaming content. And so, with Steam right now, I think just cresting over 1,300 games and experiences for Vive, you have an opportunity for people who are creating non-gaming content to stand out on a platform like Viveport. We're also recently announced Viveport Arcade, so a new program to help people who are creating these arcades actually be able to source and get their content. So just like a wide variety of things that we're doing.
And you guys actually, for anyone who wants to get like cool content, Viveport just launched a subscription service.
It did, subscription service. So you pay a small fee, and then on a monthly basis, you get 5 different experiences, and you can kind of switch those out at the end of the month. So it just makes it easy for you to try and experience new things.
Absolutely.
And can you talk a little bit more about the importance of non-gaming content? Because obviously Vive has tons of really amazing games.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I hear this a lot, and sometimes I kind of cringe when I say it, but education and healthcare are probably the 2 most exciting things for me. I think that it's really going to revolutionize it.
Why you cringe?
Just because a lot of people say that. And and like I think a lot of people believe it, but I truly believe that it's going to change the industry, and I feel like that
with you.
Students will have an advantage that we did not, being able to kind
totally
of
with you,
get exposed to information in ways that we never were, be able to absorb it in ways that we never had the opportunity to, and we'll have probably an upper hand on their ability to go into the world. But I think VR is really going to revolutionize education. I think that's going to be really exciting. Personally, part of Viveport is really non-gaming content, so everything we can do to help kind of promote and drive the evolution of that non-gaming content, whether it be through healthcare or entertainment enterprise experiences or simulations and things like that. We recently announced the Vive Tracker, which is available for developers now. Being able to put that on an object like a gun, like what they do in ROM extraction, is amazing, but being able to put that on other objects and do really inexpensive motion capture, or be able to put it on devices, forklifts and things to actually create simulators. There's just a wide variety of things that you can do with it. So truly trying to build on that ecosystem of the Vive.
Yeah, you guys are doing awesome stuff to build that ecosystem. You really are. It's super important. I need to know where we can go play ROM extraction. Where can we find it?
You can find it on Steam.
And how do we find First Contact Entertainment?
On the internet.
Google.
Yeah, no, you can just go to our websites, firstcontactentertainment.com. You can go to Steam and get ROM there. You can also get it on the Oculus Store. Yeah, it's everywhere. And you can also play it here at VRLA.
There you go.
Yeah.
JB, where should we go to find out more?
To find MR?
Find out more.
MR2. Yeah,
Vive.com.
Vive.com, super simple, Vive.com. Follow all of our social channels. Every time we do an event, every time we go anywhere, we try to broadcast to the community that we're going to be there. Just come out and take a look and check things out.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
appreciate you coming on. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I got to play the game.
Yeah. You're welcome anytime.
And visit the studio.
Yeah.
I know. Now that I got an invite.
Yeah.
Now that I twisted arms for an invite. Where are you guys in LA?
Santa Monica.
You're in Santa Monica?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's super close.
Yeah,
that's
second
easy.
in Santa Monica.
It's super easy. Yeah, I'm in the marina, and our headquarters are down in Playa Vista, and we got another location in downtown. So
just down the street.
Yeah, just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Anytime, you're welcome.
That'd be great.
I'd love to have you.
Yeah, you might have to walk me through. I might be your worst student ever.
You know, people seem to pick it up pretty well who think they're going to be bad at it. The game is really works well that way.
Cool.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3.
Hey guys, and welcome back to VRScout Live at VRLA.
Oh yeah!
Yes, it's a big deal. This is the world's biggest VR AR conference. Over 10,000 people have descended upon Los Angeles into this convention center.
Thanks to these guys.
Thanks to these guys, really.
Thanks to a lot of other people.
A lot of these guys. Some of these guys.
Mostly just Johnny.
So some of the founders of VRLA have also gone on to found other companies. So they're the same people, kind of, but it's a different concept. So we're going to tell you all about Mindshow. And if you're in the VR space, it is very exciting, and you are probably wondering how you can get into their, up till now perhaps, closed alpha. So I'm going to tease you with perhaps there might be some type of giveaway in this program segment. So if you're a fan or a wannabe fan or just a desiring person to get into Mindshow, you want to keep your ears peeled on this one. Today could be your lucky day. So I want to introduce everyone first. Hello, Eric Chevalier, co-founder of VRScout. Hey, thanks for coming. I have Gil Barron over here from Mindshow. Gil, thank you for joining us. Mr. Cosmo Sharp.
Hi.
Thank you for coming on the show.
Of course.
And Johnny Ross.
That's me.
That's him. All right,
Gold
guys, let's kick it off.
microphone.
For anyone out there who is living under a rock and hasn't heard of Mindshow, what is Mindshow?
Sure. Mindshow is a software application for VR on Vive right now that will allow anyone to record performances as characters and make 3D animated content in VR shows that they can share with their friends and on any 2D screen anywhere.
And so we use your body and your voice to animate the characters. You can do multiple characters yourself, or you can have other people jump in and out and interact. And then everything that you make in VR, you can film recordings and share them out to broadcast, social media, where have you.
So it's almost like you step inside an avatar and you're a self-puppeteered puppet?
Yeah, exactly. It does what you want it to do.
Sweet, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool. You teleport into other characters and record a performance with your body and your voice, like Gil said.
Johnny, will you hold the mic a little bit closer? We want to
You
make
got
sure
it.
people hear this.
You got it.
There we go.
There we go. Really close.
So smooth.
He gets amplified out
So,
there.
Yeah,
What
you
about
can,
me?
you can point at a character and you can teleport into them, and then you are actually wearing their avatar like a costume, and you can record a performance by hitting a record button, and it will record all of your body movement, everything that you do with your body and your voice, and then you can hop out of that character, teleport back out of them, watch that performance, point at another character, hop into them, react to the first performance, and you can kind of build almost like music. You can layer a performance and build a show.
The interesting aspect about, when he mentions costumes that we discovered kind of by accident is that when you're inside of these different avatars, from an alien to a space captain to a golden snack cake,
A two-foot cat.
or to a little
There's
cat.
a kale character too, isn't there?
Or a muscular
A muscular kale character.
You know,
Yeah, well, it's California. You gotta throw in a kale character.
That's right.
when you're inside of these characters, you kind of lose your inhibitions, and especially when you have this headset on where you can't really see outside of the headset.
Right.
You're inside of this world, and now you can really, people's personalities really come through the app, and so we're continually surprised by all the different ways that people create content and say silly, ridiculous things.
Which is also dangerous.
Yeah.
We've had multiple occasions where we snuck up on members of our team and taken just images and videos of them in Mindshow.
Yeah, you get really
completely
lost in there.
acting the fool.
You get super
Like when
lost.
they have no idea anyone's watching them and they think they're in a room alone by themselves playing Mindshow, completely clowning. We're like, gotcha. Yeah, no, we have like so many ideas
my
of how to
God.
just that sort of voyeurism and not knowing when you're being watched, and when you don't know that you're being watched. It does lower those inhibitions and lets you really go for it. So we've captured some really funny moments.
Nice.
So Gil, I teased a giveaway.
Yes.
So tell us about this giveaway.
Let's have Cosmo talk.
Let's have
Okay,
Cosmo
sure.
tell us about the
Let's do
giveaway.
it. Yeah, so we're giving away access to the closed alpha to Mind Show to the first 100 people that tweet a picture of themselves with holding up a Vive. We want to make sure that you have an HTC Vive so you can actually use it with the hashtags It's My Show and VRScout. So go do that, and we'll
say that again.
Yeah, say that again.
Yeah.
Repeat myself again in case you need to know again for sure. So we're giving away early access to the closed alpha of Mind Show to the first 100 people that tweet a picture of themselves with their Vive and the hashtags It's My Show and VRScout.
And we'll have all that information at VRScout's Twitter channel, so go there, check it out, and make sure to, send us a photo.
Yeah,
Get in Mind Show.
We'd love to meet you. We had our first alpha user in real life meetup.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. So I just came from, was it Tom's Urban over there. We had our first meetup with people in the alpha community. There's like 15 people. It was pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
Honestly, like, we kind of did this thing like last minute. It's like a cool idea. It's like, what are we gonna expect? But there are people who are learning about what they like, what they don't like. A lot of positive feedback. A lot of people really love the ease and simplicity of the experience and having a body and being able to go inside of these different characters. So it's really cool to see people in person and not over Facebook.
Yeah, it's also, I had my first in real life meeting with an alpha user yesterday. It was incredible you get to know someone's character as characters. And then you meet them as a real person and it's something totally different. I guess it would be like meeting Seth MacFarlane or something after watching a bunch of Family Guy. Like if you've got a sense of someone's personality through their work and then you meet them in real life, it's obviously different. It's kind of really, really cool. And also kind of amazing to see how the alpha community has started to feed off of each other's creative energy. Like someone will make a show in a particular style and then somebody else will sort of riff off of that and it kind of sets off a chain reaction. It's really cool.
So you have a number of avatars, right? So what are the avatars that you can jump into in Mind Show? And then what are some of the inspirations behind these ridiculous characters?
So we have there's a whole range of characters. So we've seen there's a space captain, a giant green alien. We have a grumpy cat who's a couple feet tall. There's a yellow spongy snack cake that's really fun to play.
Yellow spongy snack cake?
Is an off-brand snack cake. Has nothing to do with the Hostess Corporation.
Or might not have a bite out of the top of his head. We have a couple of doctors, scientists. We have some teenagers. We've got a piece of kale who's a giant muscle bound.
We got this video playing.
Oh yeah, sure.
Very rough.
All right.
Go ahead and narrate this for us.
Yeah, so this is just me with an iPhone clumsily filming something. This is someone in Mind Show actually doing our demo on our stage over there at our booth, which is right over there. So when you're at VRLA, you're seeing this person. They're doing our demo live. So we're seeing right now, he's got the play menu up. He's going to go through, he's going to play a sample scene. This character's talking in a mirror, just making stuff up, right? And ta-da, accidentally knocks some boxes over. And he's basically showing, how you would, what a recording looks like for the first time. Just starting really simple. And then he's gonna swipe and select, and now he can hop into this character in a second, and he'll be able to actually become the character. Boom. So that's him looking.
Okay, so
look, see, when he looks down, his hands are your hands, right? So he's looking in a mirror at himself as the alien, wearing this costume, and he's starting to find out, his hands can open and close. He can wave his arms around, and it mimics all of his movements. And he can make faces in the mirror.
His mind is also currently just being blown.
Exactly. And he can start to make some faces, do some different facial expressions using the. He's probably just joking around there.
Yeah, and so when he talks, the character's talking.
That is so fun.
Yeah.
So okay, people need to get in this. People need to join. You need to tell them again.
Yeah,
tell them again. What's the hashtag? What do they need to do, Cosmo?
We're live. We need to repeat ourselves many times.
I learned this the other day.
That fun experience in the baboon mask. Revealed. It was me. It was me.
I had no idea.
We'll throw it up on the screen too. Yeah. The hashtag is it's my show. If you tag VRScout with the hashtag #It'sMyShow, we'll put it up on the screen here so you can see it.
So again, for those that are just joining us, we are giving away early access to Mind Show Alpha to the first 100 people that sign up, tweet to the first 100 people that tweet a photo of themselves with their HTC Vive in the hashtags #It'sMyShow and VRScout.
What he said.
Nailed it. So, like, take us back a little bit. How did we get from, tell us the evolution story of Mind Show.
Starts with Johnny.
Starts with Johnny.
And very quickly becomes a group story. I think like we all were kind of simultaneously, I think, circling around this stuff. I just really wanted to try VR. It was always a dream of mine when I was like a kid, and got really bummed out when it didn't happen. And the long story short is I just kind of found my way to a headset and switched careers. And one of the first people I wanted to show was Gil. I think around that time I had met Cosmo because of this passion around VR, and a couple other people. We all kind of had this overlap around storytelling in VR and wanting to do it. So I was just pushing the ball, just trying to figure that stuff out, and everybody seemed to
What industry were
stick
you in
to it.
before this,
And
though? Like, what is it?
I was directing commercials and music videos professionally.
Okay,
and,
so you come like the entertainment background.
Yeah,
and so
entertainment and
that's sort of
storytelling,
Like,
yes.
Okay, all right.
I was
so
working on-
It's an easy segue.
Yeah, I was working on my first feature film, right? But sort of facing down how daunting it is to get a feature film off the ground and all of that. And one of our co-founders,
and the evolution of entertainment. With
this is Adam crashing our interview.
AirShare VR, James Gillick, co-founder and CCO.
How many interviews does that happen in? That one of the other co-founders shows up on the PA every other.
All the time.
Voice of co-founder.
Right.
Yeah, this
So
is-
now the only person we're missing is Luke. So we'll have to bring him by. Somebody text
Yeah,
Luke.
that was the other co-founder interrupting us on the intercom.
That's right. Luke will be next. So yeah, origin story. Just we were all really, really passionate about the possibilities of VR and where they intersect with storytelling, and we started to work together on it and figure stuff out. And we were making a short film really at the beginning, and then we were making software to help make the short film, and then making the software to help make the short film made us realize that there should be a company. And then from a company it became, well, actually this shouldn't be like software to make our short film or software to help other people who are professionals make short films. This should be this, we're watching the nature of computer human interaction just completely flip, and we're witnessing that right now. So the brainstorm really shifted to what is the most profound and positive and meaningful thing that we could do with two controllers and a headset. And that was where Mind Show was really born. Was this notion that, okay, wait a second, this is transportive, you can get stuff out, and if you could become a character and you could actually record and make scenes, and that media could be malleable, if you could share with other people and collaborate in that way, that creative, collaborative mindset was clearly something that could break the ice on this other problem that I think we were pretty sensitive to, which is the way that we get disconnected from ourselves and who we are. So there's a weird backwards way, but the hope and the thought is like you jump into characters and you can get a little bit closer to the way you feel when you're less encumbered.
So what are some of your most favorite things that you've either made in Mind Show or that you've seen other people make in Mind Show?
Geez, there's a lot of them. That's a tough.
It's a tough question.
I mean, one of the profound moments for me was when we were first getting the system up off the ground, was to jump into a character and record one side of a scene, and then jump into another character and hug myself.
You hugged yourself
I
in
think
VR?
Gil is responsible for possibly the first VR hug. We'll see.
Well, the first
I don't know. History.
And then I was able to jump out and watch me hug myself, which was really even saying it sounds really bizarre and strange, but it was really, I could see myself in there in both of the characters, and it was really, that for me was really cool.
And now that leads to my favorite, which is in our demo you get to choose from 3 scenes. One of them is called like Hug It Out or Mile High Hug or something.
Mile High Hug.
Yeah, so you're on the wing of an airplane and the pilot's pissed off at you because you didn't turn your cell phone off, and he has a pilot fight with you, and it's actually voiced by Justin Roiland, who was here earlier. if you do the demo, you're actually in a show. You're in a scene with Justin, which is amazing because Justin's creator of Rick and Morty. And so for me, like the first time, I've had a number of really, really crazy moments like that. And the first time becoming a puppet, I think, was maybe one of the biggest. And just seeing the first few shows that the Alpha community have been making, the Tango one, Justin was a milestone for me because here you are, there's a voice that you recognize that's coming out of someone else. It was so cool to be in there and to play opposite him in a scene.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, you got to play opposite of...
The scene is set up, right? You get dropped in, you're on the wing of a plane, and there's a captain that's mad at you. You get to watch the scene, and then you choose a character, and you place them into the scene across from the captain character, and then you get to become the character you've chosen, and you get to act out the scene opposite the pre-recorded performance from Justin.
Yeah. And so now everyone who's done that version of the demo here, once you've made that show, you can then film it out and share that across your media. So you have your own snapshot of a little scene that you made with Justin Roiland or with Baron Vaughn, who's in one of the other ones.
Or Emily Maya Mills.
Who's in the third. So this idea that we can, it's one of the magical pieces of VR, right? It's that we have teleportation and time travel. Right. So we have a snapshot of a performance in the beginning of the demo. There's a captain on an alien planet. He's voiced by Dana Gould, who did a bunch of voices on The Simpsons, and Stand Against Evil on IFC.
Here comes Adam again.
and Adam. And so now 1,000 people have made a scene with Dana Gould. He did it once, and so this idea of being able to be there and have presence with someone who isn't there with you.
This just gives such a weird, unique... weird, weird, unique, exponential version of user-generated content.
Yep.
It really does. You just blew.
Well, and that's what we really wanted to. As Johnny said, our narrative is about us getting out of our own way of trying to tell our story, and how do we amplify other people's creativity and telling their stories, and some of that is around the commonality and shared stories. So this idea that we can start with the same clay and do our own individual versions of those, and that leads us down a path to creativity where we start making our own stuff from scratch.
Right.
To add on to what you just said, the power of it comes from being entirely in a game engine, right? Where you have complete control over every aspect of it.
And you guys built that in Unity?
Yeah, it's all in Unity. So you can change out the characters, the props, the set. So right now, it took however many thousands of dollars to construct this set and to get all the equipment here and plug in all the cables and do all this stuff and all this, and it's great. But in the future, I think the future of filmmaking and media and entertainment is all going to be inside of a virtual simulation, and you're going to be able to have complete control over the camera perfectly, and it's all going to be free.
And you guys launched the alpha.
Are you going to guarantee that?
Just ahead of Sundance, correct?
For now.
Just ahead of Sundance.
We launched the alpha, just ahead of Sundance. We've been adding users slowly to that, really taking time to listen and learn and kind of get the feedback and really sort of validate our assumptions. And then, we're going to continue adding users, 100 new users as of this
Speaking of new users, Cosmo, do you want to remind everyone how to get in that?
How do we do it, Cosmo?
So we're giving away 100 codes.
100 codes.
To Mind Show Alpha. It's a closed alpha right now, and the way you can get it is if you post a picture of yourself on Twitter with your HTC Vive and the hashtags It's My Show and VRScout.
What have you guys learned in the alpha so far?
People are very creative.
People are endlessly creative.
Yeah,
we were talking about your body and your voice.
Yeah.
So who doesn't know how to have a improvised conversation? We all do it all day, every day.
I'm
We're doing it right now.
There you go. And who doesn't know how to do a puppet show? It's something it's universal. All kids live in this world of imagination, and you can put on an imagination costume and go into imagination land.
An imagination costume. I love that. Oh, that's fun.
It is fun.
Yeah, that's I always think back to when I was a kid playing with Ninja Turtles.
Totally.
Like, had I been able to step inside that Ninja Turtle.
Right, totally.
Yeah.
And then play against and then play with Justin Roiland. Like,
Justin Roiland as a Ninja Turtle.
There you go.
You heard it here
You
first.
just cast the new sequel.
We should.
So yeah, I mean, even with the relatively limited number of assets that we have in the alpha, we're seeing people create music videos and full-on short films and
Political commentary.
Yeah, it's not even
commentary,
like we don't even have the feature set for that, but
Yeah.
they're pushing it already,
Yeah,
and going further than even what is suggested by the software. So
Yeah,
it's really
like
amazing.
there's people posting, political commentary, doing multiple characters,
Different languages around the world.
Different languages around the world. I
One guy
mean,
in
the beauty
Dubai.
is, since we're using the things that you already know how to do, we already know how to improvise, we know how to perform, we just don't think of it that way.
Right.
Then it's your voice. So we have one of our earliest alpha users was in Bahrain, I think, or Dubai. It was in Dubai. We have users all over the world who are speaking their native tongue and able to create content, and it's a kind of wonderful, beautiful thing.
that was a trip for me too, like seeing the multilingual sponge cake.
Yeah, right?
That's
And you're
great.
just like,
Right, the sponge cake.
It's constant astonishment. I mean, it just sort of
Sponge cake.
sponge cake,
Generic-
Bob.
Yeah,
Generic
and,
sponge cake. Generic, non-branded,
And also,
tasty cake.
That's right. We've got this green screen set in there, so
Yeah.
you can do stuff against the green screen. People have started to do some really interesting stuff in there,
Oh my God.
where you can
That's
green
so
screen any
fun.
characters. You can put it on any backdrop, put them anywhere. Somebody did like a Saturday Night Fever thing. Somebody else is doing a dance video.
Somebody did one where they crossed the fourth wall so that
they're back
avatar
in the
character
real
came
world,
into
so he's
their-
like doing an
into their
AR
room.
version.
So it's like a
He's like, oh, it shows up in my
MXR.
living room, and the characters are in his living room now.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's a few users in particular that are like really pushing it, and it's like really exciting to see because we're really just at the very, very beginning of this story.
Well, and that brings me to my next question, Cosmo, which is where are you going next, right? And I understand that you're literally just opening up the closed alpha for a little bit more people right now. But Mind Show, is there going to be some type of, like, when is the social integrations kind of coming on board and having simultaneous people in a virtual world regardless of where they are in the real world? Like, I'm assuming that's on the roadmap.
Well, and I think so we're doing open beta Q3, so coming up very soon. And the way we think about social is we start with this, where people are right now, right? So people are on YouTube and they're on Instagram and they're on Snapchat. And so being able to create your content and get it out there is the first stage. And then, being able to, with our VR scenes, share asynchronously. So, again, the idea of what we have in this demo where you didn't have to be there when Justin was there to perform that scene. You have that waiting for you when you show up. And then eventually we have a critical enough mass of users and people in headsets where we turn on social and let people do it around the world, across a room, across a wall, across time.
I'm hearing you say that it depends on adoption rates.
Well, it's on the roadmap, but it's also, we think we build to there. That for us, this idea of these snapshots of time and performance are really
I think what they're saying is in due time.
In due time.
Yeah, I mean, and it's obviously very important to us, and the opportunity for real-time social is a big deal. The single-player experience, though, is not to be underestimated. There is so much that we're only beginning to master about what it's like to record asynchronously. And that, I think, is also really important, that, like, it's not dependent that you have someone in there, like, meet me at 9:30 and we'll do a thing together. You know, that can be amazing, but it also, limits when you can do it. And, the idea that you can make it at any time and then, someone else, you open up your mailbox and you've got mail and you've got shows. And Sandra Bullock is there as a snack cake and you're ready to go. Like, you can be making that movie.
Interesting choice.
Thanks, Sandra.
Interesting pick.
Well, she did the mail movie.
You should send her a special invite.
That's right.
Eventually, Sandra will try this. I'm going to make that prediction now.
What's
I think
the
she's
hashtag?
cool.
What's the hashtag? Remind us the hashtag.
Hashtag it's my show.
Hashtag is my
VRScout.
show.
And what do they get?
And you get
VRScout.
access to Mind Show Alpha if you take a picture of yourself with the HTC Vive.
You
Just
could
like
be
this
wearing
finish
it,
right
you
here.
could not be wearing it. Just show us you got a Vive.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So then what's next?
More.
More?
More.
More?
Well,
More
we want
shows.
to, we're going to start adding more of these alpha users, understanding more of what those needs are, rolling out some updates, and then going into the open beta, and we're going to listen and learn. I mean, that's really there are 100 different things that we can do, and you know.
Yeah, the next big push for us is open beta. Really, like Gil said, like we're on a trajectory to release this and let anyone use it. And you won't right now. You can, if you use certain hashtag codes, you can get into it early. Our next big milestone is really to open this up to anyone that's got a Vive who wants to download it.
Yeah, to add on, I think another thing that we're really focused on is going to be fleshing out these starters that we're making. So in the demo that we're showing here at VRLA, you can pick from 3 different shows that are. So one, you're in an operating room. Another, you're fighting a captain on the wing of an airplane. The third
is a fake news set.
Made up news.
Yes, made up news
so
set.
You've got a news reporter who's behind the desk, and she's it's our crisis zone reporter, and she points to you, and you've got to choose a character to put in there and deliver a news segment.
Yeah.
It's a lot like the situation that we're in right now.
Exactly.
So if I this actually makes me jealous of all the children out there that are going to be able to eventually use this, because if I had something like this as a child,
a lot of people say that.
I would have lost my little mind, lost it completely, lost my mind lost it.
Yeah.
And so Gil, I know you have a couple of kids.
I do.
And so have you shown your kids? Have they ever put a headset on and played with it?
And we bring over friends with kids as well, and it's really rewarding to see people who have done VR, and they bring their kids and people who haven't, and see the different. Everyone kind of comes to the same conclusion, which is the same one that I think we came to, which is I'm so much happier when we're making something together than having them just watch something that somebody else made. I love movies, I love cartoons, I love that process, but when I'm engaged and when I'm engaging them and seeing that creativity reflected back, because that's the thing that Johnny was talking about, that they don't put the same limits on themselves that we as grown-ups do about how are we going to look, how are people going to think about us, is this good enough performance? And they also, we as grown-ups, we put on the headset and we take it off and we go, my gosh, I can't believe this exists.
Right.
And they put on the headset, and if you can pry it off of them, they go, why have you been hiding this from me? Like, go away, I want to do more of that.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible whenever I see a kid try virtual reality for the first time. The ramp up for education for them, like the amount of time that I have to spend teaching them the UI is non-existent.
It's non-existent.
It's like 0 to
non-existent.
It's crazy.
It's so crazy.
Nuts.
Yeah.
It really is. And the first time I saw a kid put on a headset and get in there and start playing, I was like, here, I'm trying to teach. I was like, here, and you're going to want to push this button. They're like, I got it. grab the controller,
Get out of the
grab
way.
it in my hand, and just all, knew where everything was.
It's crazy.
They knew where everything was. It was so intuitive for them, and they just jumped in and started running. It was incredible. And every single time I see a kid do it, it happens the exact same way. They know exactly what to do.
It's an amazing, and I think it's a beautiful thing. It really points to that, the VR has collapsed the interface and gotten it out of the way, and so they already know how to do this.
It's about to set our imaginations free,
Oh
right,
my
Gil?
gosh, yes please. Yes please, and thank you.
And
it already is.
And it's also kind of cool too. I like my nephew tried Mind Show.
How old is your nephew?
He's 9.
Okay.
Or he was at the time, and he made a show almost instantaneously without any instruction. And then I had my dad go in there too. So my dad and my nephew were in a scene together, and they did it very quickly. Is there smoke pouring into? There's fog. It's actually look at those lasers.
Welcome to the rave.
As soon as I mention my dad, there's just fog and
Well, that's usually what happens,
lasers.
right, Johnny? Like whenever you mention your dad, it's like,
Yeah, it's really strange.
Our production person was like the Barbara Walters effect.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Kind of, it's like how you fix that over the head.
Baba Waba.
No, it happens the same way. It's really fun to see the sort of cross-generational creativity, and again, when you're not self-conscious because it's not you, but you get to be there and be playful. I think it's really, I don't know, there's some fun moments to see how everybody just gets in and just jumps in with that wild abandon.
My dad did fart jokes.
Yeah, a
Shout
lot
out
of
to
fart
my
jokes.
dad.
A lot of fart jokes.
And my nephew Joe.
Yeah, my dad would have made some really bad dad jokes for sure.
Yeah.
Like bad dad jokes.
Bad.
Just like bad puns.
Well, and the beauty is I actually had somebody come in and do a bad dad joke on the stand-up stage, and then his kids went in and heckled him. And then they filmed the heckle and sent it to mom who wasn't there.
That is fantastic.
And that was awesome. I was like, there's a weird multi-generational comedic heckling thing happening in the garage.
All right, we want to wrap it up, but I think we need to tell people one more time.
One more time.
One more time.
Cosmo, tell us what to do.
For sure, yeah. So we are thrilled to give away 100 codes to
100 codes.
100.
100 codes to Mind Show Alpha. The way you can do that is take a picture of yourself with your HTC Vive, so we know you have a Vive. Then use the hashtag It's My Show and hashtag VRScout, and we'll send you a message.
And perhaps some fog will arrive,
An invitation
drifting
to join
past
the
your
community.
bedroom window.
That's right.
And that's how you know you were accepted
Awesome.
into the Mind Show
Well,
Alpha.
thank you so much to the Mind Show guys for coming by and telling
thanks
us
for
all
having
about
us.
all about what you guys are working on and letting us come into the closed alpha. They're opening up a little bit. Johnny, thank you for coming on.
You're
Cosmo,
welcome.
thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
on. Gil,
Come
thank
by,
you for
get some
being with us.
tattoos.
Thank you guys for having us.
Eric, thank you for coming
And
on.
thank you guys
Did you
for
see our
doing
tattoos?
this.
Whoop.
Yep.
Mind Show for
Look at that, I
life,
love that.
or for
Mind
4
Show
days.
tattoos
There you
today.
go.
The kids love our swag.
Kids love our swag.
So we are about to go to some fashion painting in Tiltbrush with Angela Haddad.
Nice.
So stay tuned. It's going to be awesome.
Cool.
Fantastic.
Bye, everyone.
Dope.
Hey everybody, so we are back. I am joined by the lovely Angela Haddad. You want to say hey?
Hi, everyone.
She is one of our unique artists who actually uses Tiltbrush as a form of fashion design. So right here we have the dress form piece. She's going to kind of tell us a little bit about what she's up to and how she uses Tiltbrush to enhance her work.
So I'm a fashion artist, and I specifically create 360 videos made out of watercolor art. And a natural extension of that is Tiltbrush. And I think it's been a really great marketing tool for the brands and magazines and even music labels that I've been working with to create these beautiful, magical experiences for their fans and audiences.
Awesome. Well, why don't you pull up some stuff here? And I mean, we're all just really curious to hear about your process. And as we know, every artist approaches Tiltbrush so differently and uses it in a unique way. And the fashion industry is a great example of this because we actually physically have a dress form here, and she's able to create on top of that. And there really isn't like much out there, at least to my knowledge, that even remotely comes close to this. So here she's starting to create some clothing of sorts on top of the dress form. So we'll watch her and observe. So Angela, tell us a little bit about what's going on here.
So I really love this idea of using sort of pieced out little pieces of the chest area. And I usually start with one idea and just kind of grow everything from there. So we'll see where this takes me.
Totally. So she is live painting. So we are seeing clothing and fashion being crafted before our very eyes in real time. And which brush are you using there, Angela?
Oil paintbrush. Paintbrush.
The thick paintbrush, a classic. And so with Tiltbrush, for those of you who don't know, you can paint with all kinds of different brushes. Classic stuff like oil paint and markers, and then crazier stuff like stars and smoke and rainbows. So she's taking advantage of one of our more classic brushes. It has a lot of texture to it, which is important when you're depicting clothing, of course. Cool. Wow, you're really taking advantage of all the space here. How cool would it be if you could then just 3D print this and that could be a real dress? And it's such a physical process, as you can see. Like, she is really, like, quite literally bending down, moving all around to really physically build out this clothing. I love that color, by the way. See, look, this is happening in, like, it hasn't even been a couple minutes and she's already crafting this incredible dress. And it looks like, are you adjusting the size of the brush?
You can use a thumb pad to adjust the size of the brush. You can just swipe left or right, depending on what.
Yeah, so what she was saying is one of the great tools is that you can adjust the size of the brush. You can take really wide strokes, and this is simply done just with the touchpad, or you can have a much smaller brush for more detail. This is a rockin' dress, by the way. Like, can you design me one of these? Or are you designing this for me? Wow. So, Angela, tell us a little bit, how long have you been using Tiltbrush and how has it enhanced your process?
Yeah, so I've been using Tiltbrush for probably about 1.5 years now, and it's been a really fun extension of my watercolor art. It's been really popular too with these sorts of experiences at live events where people can either watch me paint or get into Tiltbrush themselves and get introduced to the technology that way.
Awesome. She moves very quickly, and that's one great thing about Tiltbrush. You can create these pieces in really not a whole lot of time.
Facebook or Instagram with the hashtag VRLA 2017. Then just stop by the VRLA merch booth at the entrance to the expo hall to show us your post. You'll be entered in the raffle. Winners are announced at 4 p.m. You must be present to claim your prize.
So, Angela, is this thick oil paint your favorite brush?
It's definitely one of my favorites, I think. It's probably between that and it's between the oil paint and the thick paint. Those are definitely my two.
Awesome. Yeah, everyone seems to have a very different favorite brush. I personally love the wire brush and duct tape. But you could, with Tiltbrush, you could even make a dress out of fire if you wanted to. I mean, like, where else would you be able to do that? Or bubbles. I mean, you can make like a onesie bubble suit. Really, anything's possible.
Let's add some electricity to this dress.
Whoa, cool. I feel like I want to step inside that dress, but you can't see me. I love those colors. Awesome. So how long does it typically take you to make a piece, Angela?
So with something like this where I'm just kind of letting my thoughts float, probably, I guess that was probably somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes.
It's hard to, you could lose track of time in there.
You can definitely lose track of time there. It's very easy to do that. If you're stepping away from the dress form and creating worlds in Tiltbrush, it's very easy to get carried away.
It is. That's definitely part of the magic. People come out of there, they take the headset off, and they're like, how long was I in there for? And you're like, oh, 5 minutes, or like 50 minutes. Time, it really changes when you're in there.
Create an art world out of some of my existing watercolor art.
Awesome, yeah, and if you could just tell us a little bit about this process and kind of walk us through it as you're doing that.
Awesome, let's do it. Back to the standard environment, and what I'm going to do is actually import some of my watercolor art.
So she's importing some of her existing watercolor art into Tiltbrush, which is actually a feature that we have. So if you have an image that you love, like look at this. This is a 2D image that's now being imported. So let's see what she's going to do with that. Cool, and these are your original pieces? They are your original pieces. Nice. So cool. You're like putting together a little village here. I want to live in this little village. Yeah, well, we can with Tiltbrush. We can like create a world and inhabit it. Anything is possible in VR. I fully agree with that statement. Cool. How many of these images do you have back there? Oh, wow. She's like 4.5 pages of images. And then, so are you going to paint on top of those? You are. So tell me what you're going to do after you put those all in.
So I really love the combination of Tiltbrush brushes and, my existing watercolor art, the images that I just imported. So what I'm going to do is, I think I'm just going to draw some fashion-y looking girls around these buildings and then import some of my existing watercolor girls and see what happens when we have that.
Super cool. Well, let's sit back and watch. She moves very quickly in there. I'm like a VR painting sports commentator. Oh. Very cool. So yeah, she's utilizing the classic erase tool. So we have all the classic tools you could think of with Tiltbrush, like undo, redo, eraser, straight edge, mirror mode, all kinds of fun stuff. Oh, nice. Bringing some stars in there. Yeah, so she's using our, we have a brush selection tool. So if you're like using this awesome brush and color and you want to go back to it, you basically just put your controller right up to that stroke and it will replicate it for you, allowing you to work quickly and seamlessly in there. And it's really neat to see how the 2D and the 3D really work together in this space. So, Angela, where does your inspiration come from for your pieces?
That's a great question. I'm inspired by anything that is, first of all, colorful, and I'm inspired by anything that is different. I can't really pinpoint something specific that inspires me. It honestly very often depends on my mood, on what kind of colors I'm feeling like. Sometimes I'm feeling like not having any colors at all around me. It really just very much depends, I think.
It totally does. So those are 2D shapes that you're getting out of there. So when you put an object in, like an image, it's a really cool feature in the app. You just like grab the controller. If you want to get rid of it and just toss it. You don't actually toss the controller. It's this cool toss motion and it clears it out of the way. So that's always a fun tool to play around with. So it's cool. This is a great example of just putting all these 2D objects in, and you can really easily manipulate the placement and where they're like spatially put, and then you're adding in all of these new dimensions, really. Awesome. So, Angela, what advice would you give to someone who was looking to pursue art in VR, fashion in VR, or a similar path that you have?
My biggest advice would be to, first of all, is figure out specifically what you want to do. So, I mean, VR needs engineers, it needs developers, it needs creators, creative directors. So figure out exactly what you want to contribute to. And then that'll allow you to, pinpoint exactly what skill sets you need, and then you can kind of build out your career from there.
Exactly. So find your niche, basically. Yeah, you're of a small but growing group of fashion designers who are using the tool and really showing the potential of it. What's that?
I'm getting a little bit of a lag.
Oh, you are? Oh, nice. Is that the smoke brush? Love the smoke brush. An absolute classic. Look at that. You're just creating a world and then you're inhabiting it. Super cool. We've got just a couple more minutes here. So if there are any closing remarks you'd like to give to the folks at home, let us hear it.
Closing remarks about Tiltbrush. Honestly, I encourage everybody who's just a little bit curious to just get out there and make content. Just getting out there to make stuff that you think that you want to make will really help you out in, first of all, solidifying exactly what you want to do in the long term, and it also, it'll be really fun to play with VR. So just get out there and do it.
So get out there and do it. That's the verdict. I agree. People get in there and they're like, but I'm not creative. And you're like, no. Anyone who uses this tool immediately can tap into that side of themselves. It's so easy to pick up, and once you get in there, you have the controllers in your hands, you just kind of know what to do. So it's super easy. Well, thank you so much. We got a couple more minutes here if you just want to finish out the sketch to the best you can. And we're grateful that you came on. You're welcome. Are those fairy wings? Whoa, cool. Awesome. Yeah, using that scale tool. Yeah, definitely save this. We're going to want to reference this one later. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'll take those controllers back from you and welcome back in. You're so welcome.
works. Yeah, pretty much.
You know, I think that, well, first of all, I think it's very interesting because everyone in the VR space is trying to figure out how to monetize, right? And so what you're doing with this subscription service is you're providing developers another way to monetize their content. And then you're also perhaps, by letting people choose 5 titles per month, whether it's gaming, whether it's non-gaming, it's whatever content they're interested in, that can also give perhaps a little bit more of an equal playing field for independent developers, because people might be more incentivized to take a risk on a title that's not heavily promoted because of that $7 monthly subscription.
We're hoping it's competitive. I mean, the models can change over time as we get more information. Are there games that you play longer than others? Do price points in the store, should that affect how we ultimately price things? But right now we're starting at a really good place that, the content drives awareness and someone will try something and hopefully never experienced it before. They're like, oh, I'm going to design houses. This is amazing. And so we're really excited to keep trying to find new ways to monetize through arcades, through enterprise that's coming out later this year. So that's top of mind for us, just really trying to find new ways for people to discover content and for you guys to monetize it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, everything that HTC is doing to build the ecosystem and build the industry is really awesome.
We're trying, and if anyone tells you we know what we're doing, no, I'm kidding. We're going on a journey.
Well, there's no blueprint.
There isn't, and that's what's really cool about it.
Yeah.
Like, we never say,
none
like,
of us have a
do it.
blueprint to follow. And so that's what's so exciting and so challenging at times, right?
It's not easy, but it's exciting.
So we have a very varied crew here. So I kind of want to ask everyone, who are your users? Who are the people that are going to be using whatever you're making? So who are you providing value to? And I'm going to start with you, Akrama.
Sure.
Who gets, besides me, who are your users? You know what I mean? Who is your target demographic? Who is going to use Babylon?
Sure. Well, clearly everyone in the world. I think when we were coming up with the idea, we wanted to make something that really speaks to the amazingness of VR, which is something that goes beyond just gaming, but at the same time we recognize that like the tip of the spear is still gamers, right? Sure. And we're gamers as well. And so for us, I think we've always said that the magical place of VR exists when you combine gaming or interactive social experiences in strong narratively directed worlds. And so for us, Babylon has been this thing that in all our play tests that we've done, every time we've shown it behind people, the number one thing that we get is, wow, I'm not a gamer, but I'm going to buy your game. Let me sign up on the beta test. And that's been the spouse that doesn't play, whether it's the husband or the wife, the kids are really loving it, and it's kind of this really awesome thing that we've been just fortunate enough that if you have a VR headset, whether you're a gamer or a non-gamer, I think you'll have a lot of fun.
You're sort of starting with the early adopters, that makes sense, but then you foresee that to be rolled out to really anyone who wants to get in there and have fun.
Totally. Our game is centered around this concept of the whole game is designed to be as ridiculous of a spectacle as possible. The whole point of the game is we've turned trolling as the game mechanic.
I love that. Oh, that's so funny.
So the whole point of the game is to be as famous and narcissistic as you possibly can, and when you rise to Kanye's level of ego, we allow you to buy gold-plated selfie sticks. It's the ultimate, But we're also, we think streaming and spectating is a huge thing. So we'll be streaming the game, it happened in these battle, gladiatorial stages. And so if you're in VR and you buy the game, you have a VR headset, you can play as a baby and level him up in this world. If you have a VR headset and you're just interested in seeing what ridiculous world this is, you can come and spectate for free and throw tomatoes and chairs into the ring and cheer and boo. And then you can also stream it to Twitch and YouTube. So people who don't have VR headsets or are bored on Twitter and Facebook can watch live streams of immortal babies beating up each other with selfie sticks.
Immortal babies beating each other up with selfie sticks.
Yeah, so.
That sounds amazing. Yeah. Mariana, who are your users and who uses your picks and your shovels and your tools and all the tools that you're making?
Okay, so with Opaque Studios, the idea is to democratize the way that you can create content easier and faster. So how James Cameron made Avatar 10 years ago, that's actually incredible technology. However, up to this day, it didn't really took off because it was really expensive. And of course, if James Cameron did it, then that means that it's just, completely out there and not available to normal content creators, right? So with our tools, we partner with a hardware manufacturer in China who actually have a motion capture suit that's, it's a hybrid solution, so you don't need a stage. It's actually mobile and has less sensors and has less cameras, so you can actually just, right now, we could build a motion capture stage. And the tools me and my team are building, so you're gonna be able to stream. You have your characters on the motion capture suits, streaming live into the game engine, and then you, the director, can go into VR, immerse yourself in your scene, and then you're going to be able to play back the animation, check the performance and the facial and everything, all the captures. So we're going to give the ability for the directors to have the same sense as in a live action set, but in the virtual world. And also you're going to be able to do location scouting. You're going to be able to, be there like the soup or the director and be like, you know what, I don't like this lighting, change it to magic hour in VR. You're going to be able to change it to the magic hour, scale these, change, the wallpaper, the colors of the carpets, everything. So we've actually started our first partners are the third floor. We're the biggest, visualization studio in the world.
Sure.
We're working hand in hand. It's huge, exactly.
Also in Los Angeles.
Also
another homegrown VRLA
exactly.
Virtual reality company in Los Angeles.
So we're working with them to do VR previs and all this.
Right.
Yeah, all this. So we're going to production proof the tools before put them out in the market. So first off, we're gonna focus on the high-end studios.
Sure.
However, also the tool is now in alpha testing in VR Playhouse, because the idea is once we production prove it with the big guys,
right,
then we're gonna be able to democratize this technology and just enable it to everyone, for the one-man band to the mid-level studios to the big, Weta, Sony's, the third floors, etc. of the world.
All right, it's all planned out.
Yep.
And it's done.
It's done. It's done.
And Corey, I want to go to you with LaForge.
Yeah.
Who are your users?
So we've got several hundred pre-order customers, and basically what we've noticed is
You said several hundred pre-order customers?
Right, yeah, we haven't started shipping yet. We're still doing some internal tests. But basically I can categorize them as kind of they fall into three groups, sort of younger early adopters. Also older people who are open to new tech, but honestly just want a cheaper pair of bifocal glasses because we don't charge for that sort of thing. And then there's also
you mentioned something here that I want to actually, I need you to elaborate on this point.
Okay.
So you make glasses,
yes,
right? That are going to, I'm being reductive here,
sure, yeah,
but are essentially going to be smart glasses.
Correct.
I'm being reductive. However, when you are a prescription glasses wearer, you do not charge to have that lens be a prescription lens.
Correct, yeah.
Why is that?
Well, for one...
Because people have called you crazy.
Yeah, I said that in front of the Vision Monday Global Leadership Conference. So that's where all the big eyewear CEOs get in there. People literally gasp when I said we aren't going to charge for that. But the reason why is twofold. First of all, the way we make the eyewear, they all cost the same to make. Typically for Plano eyewear for people with 20/20 vision, it's just a piece of plastic that's molded, and then the other ones you have to literally polish it in. Ours are all made the same. But the second reason is, it's just kind of like do you buy a car and then buy the wheels separately? It's just why is there all of this sort of guesswork around the price? It's about simplification and building value. We just want you to be able to look good, see reality, and then basically have a sort of what I call thematic overlay. So you walk into a Starbucks and maybe you get a slightly different experience than you driving one car, driving one car versus another car. That's what it's about. It's just simplicity.
All right, that's what it's about, simplicity. Yeah. And Tyson, who are your users? Who's using Transported?
Yeah, so we have our initial customers who are paying us, and then there's been a surprising set that I'll talk about. So we put VR buying salons and VR buying stations actually in agents and brokerage offices. So that's pretty straightforward, as well as those folks lend headsets out to those customers. But the thing that's been really surprising to us is beautiful homes, beautiful places and spaces. It's almost like the porn of VR. Like people love experiencing other people's gorgeous places.
No, there's very much you're tapping into a big voyeuristic element of humanity here.
Yeah, and so where we've actually found sort of the biggest growth is just people downloading our app on headsets and just checking out. Like, if you want inspiration for your next kitchen,
right,
seeing like 30 really expensive homes in the Pacific Palisades is a really great way to be inspired about how you should redo your bathroom or redo your kitchen. So kind of those two sets, like people actually looking to buy or sell a home, but then sort of in the middle, like the inspiration and just the enjoying gorgeous places and spaces. So, yeah, it's been really interesting to put it out there and see what happens.
Awesome. Jenna, who are your users? Who uses Viveport? Who needs to know about it?
That's tough. We cover every audience that you guys have all mentioned. You know, we have the gamers that I mentioned earlier and those early adopters, but we keep releasing content for CAD design, for 3D modeling tools. So we have that audience, which sort of started to get us thinking about expediting creating an enterprise solution. We have people going in there and loving creativity tools and puzzles and escape rooms. So it's hard to say who that one sort of profile is, actually.
Right. I know it sounds like everyone.
It really is for everyone. There's not a single category that doesn't have someone developing for it right now in VR. It's pretty fascinating. And so our biggest focus is just trying to introduce VR and make it approachable to other categories through all the different business models, through devices like our tracker that allow, developers to be able to put it on, whether it's shooting zombies with a gun to, a baseball bat to a fire hose for training simulations. So for us, it's B2B, B2C, location-based, like I said.
Right.
Everybody, pretty much. We want everybody to have a Vive.
Well, I mean, you're going way past the early adopters here, and you're going way past the gaming niche.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing so much, I'm trying to work with our product team and really respond to the features that you guys all want, whether it's e-commerce, v-commerce, is it a subscription model? If I'm Target or IKEA or Tiffany's, all these brands are going, hey, come in and check out the Ring, or come in and I want to, if I go into your app and I want to know who does those windows, can someone instantly go and buy Anderson windows or something like that? So all these different features so that people come in for education and entertainment, but come in every day for utility reasons, and I want to see my financial portfolio visualized. So that's what we're looking for, and a reason to put the headset on every day.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, we are going to wrap it up, but really quickly, guys, if we can go down the row, repeat your name, your company, and where people can find you.
Our game is called Babylon Battle Royale, and you can just go to babylon.world.
And that's Babylon, B-E-B-Y.
B-E-B-Y-L-O-N .world, and you can sign up for the closed alpha there.
Here we go.
Mariana Cunha, and it's Opaque Studios, and you can find us at www.opaque.studio, and we'll get an email, and then
opaque.studio. Gotcha.
Yeah. Studios was taken, so opaque.studio.
Corey?
Corey Mack, LaForge Opticals. Go to laforgeoptical.com or check us out on Facebook at LaForge Optical.
Here we go.
Tyson West, Transported, transported.co, or your favorite headsets app store.
Jenna Seiden with Viveport. You can go to viveport.com, or when you buy the Vive, you can download the Vive software and you'll automatically have it.
All right, there you have it. This was a fabulous Los Angeles crew here. Very appropriate for VRLA. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, no, right on.
Yes.